The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it a go stop, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right stand that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, good evening, and Happy New Year. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for your continued support, which we really appreciate. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you are new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing, and that will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is Democracy Under Threat with your host, Baron, and we have panelist Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky, who has joined us in studio. All right, let me just go ahead and welcome those who are in the chat. So Dorothy McCoy, Truck Life, Beverly, Don Mel, Falmouth Girl 2, Patel Cruikshank, Yvonne Johnson, Rennie Swaby, Claudette Brown, Freedom, John Gotti, Omar Campbell, Dolores Logan, Una Vathel, Megawatt Volt, Larry Beckford, Hurricane Hattie, Jamotive One Music, Rosa Cynthia Murray, Rosalie Ricketts, Louis Longshaw, Damian Goss, Ian Ewers, G. Angel, Daniel Taylor, Ransford Smith, Rex Coley, Marver Dice, Fitzroy Nugent, and Carlton Robinson. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron and panelists so I can do some housekeeping. And remember, I'll welcome you as you come in. If I lose control of the chat, then I will do an umbrella welcome. Also welcome Willie Dan, Dawn, Sandra Watkins Bailey. Welcome. Thank you. Sadie Dunn. Without any delay, Baron.
Yes, you're going to lose control of the chat. No doubt about that. First, I want to say a big thanks, right, to all of us, right, gathering here today, right. Happy 2025, right. We are giving the Almighty God Himself the praises, all praises, right, be to God. Right, the omnipotent, the omniscient, and the omnipresent, right? The all-powerful God who knows all things, and God who here, there, and everywhere being omnipresent. That being said, I want to say, of course, right? My panel of critical thinkers, Pastor Ricky in the house, Melting Pot in the house. I want to say a big welcome to you, gentlemen, distinguished gentlemen who fighting for Jamaica and fighting for good governance. Now I want to say a big thanks to all of our supporters from hence that we began, right? We have our loyal supporters who had supported us until now and persons who joined the journey later on. We love you all. And this is why we are here, because we are fighting tooth and nail for our Jamaican brothers and sisters. I love Jamaica more than any other place in the world. It's my birthland, right? And I have a right to defend my birthland, loving my sisters and brothers, loving my Jamaica brothers and sisters. That being said, before we go through the short introduction, meet and greet as usual, right? We're going to give a background tonight. We'll be zooming on the Minister of National Security, and we'll be unraveling the level of corruption in the Ministry of National Security. And of course, we'll be speaking about, right, those who stand up and push back, right, on corruption. Those who stand up and defend the people they love. Those who stand up and show care as it relates to their responsibility and their functions, right, to whom, right, we are speaking an address as it relates to the former chairman of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, no other than Rowan James, and what he had fought for, what he stood for, and what he's still fighting for, right? Putting his career, right, on line to fight for what he believes in. And tonight it is important that we let Jamaica people know what is going on. And we are going to speak in length of this tonight. Now, having said that, right, we are going to go deep in the belly of the dragon, right, in exposing the art of the corruption within the Ministry of National Security. So I'm just going to allow Pastor Ricky to meet and greet his brothers and sisters as usual. Pastor Ricky.
Yes, good night, Sir Byron. Good night, Lady Anne-Marie. Good night again, my UK brother, Melting Pot Lloyd. Happy New Year to you, sir. Good night to everyone who's in the chat, those who will be watching outside of the chat, those who will be coming on in the future, like a couple hours after we finish. Happy New Year to everyone. And I'm grateful to be here tonight to be a part of the bombshell revelations exposing corruptions and holding accountable the current government to good governance. Thank you for inviting me. God bless you.
You're more than welcome. And tonight we have none other than, right, my Titan blood brother, Melting Pot. Right, go ahead and greet your people as usual.
Well, I just want to extend a warm greetings to everyone out there. You know, hope that 2025 will find you all enjoying the best of what life has to offer you. And, you know, one of the issues that we have that, you know, bring us together is good governance. We always take time, you know, and meet up together on the platform Mystic Sensation. And as usual, we are here to speak about corruption and good governance as it relates to what we see happening in Jamaica. So we are all here in one accord, you know, and we're just hoping for the best. in 2025 because it's a struggle for the last 9 years, but more so 2024. 2024 has proved itself to be a very challenging year in the lives of Jamaican and all the controversy that surround the government in Jamaica. So 2025 is the defining year when we will try to, make history be the part and the process of resonating Jamaica to its former glory. So, I just say once again, Happy New Year to all. Best of health. Thank you.
All right. Well said. Love that. Well said, Pastor Ricky. Well said, Melting Pot. All right. Let me begin in waking up Jamaica, because none of us is going to be caught off guard. And I am warning all People's National Party MP candidate that we are getting from the grapevine that the general election, right, we are looking on February. Let me say that again. The general election, right, based on intel received, right, is going to be in February, right? Not sure, but I'm just giving according to the intel. So then I'm asking all Democratic Socialism MP candidate to be prepared. Put yourself in gear, making sure that you're canvassing your constituency, making sure that you're busy through your constituency, making sure you are preparing. Be well prepared, right? So let me give that warning.
Before you go any further,
yes,
just remember to remind them about the tablet drive.
Okay, and remember, people, as it relates to the tablet drive, right, that being monitored by ISAT, Buchanan, and Ishmael for East Portland, right? Let us, put out, our best effort in terms of, right, supporting the cause, because we are helping needy children, right? Because what we believe in, what the comrade believe in, what ISAT Buchanan believe in, we don't believe in get up every day and give a man a fish. We believe that we can make these persons into fishermen, that they can catch their own fish. And by so saying, what I mean, that through the process of education, when you are educated, you can get the job that you are truly desirous of. And so then I happy, right, for Comrade Buchanan to emphasize, place of special emphasis on education, right, to win the tenderness of these youths, right, their brain, and to impact them in a very positive way, giving them a learning tool. So whether or not they are under the premises, right, of the school compound, right, or they are away, right, they can do their stuff independently. This is what we talk about when we talk about a candidate with a vision, a candidate with a cause. Having said that,
sorry. So the link is in the chat for the GoFundMe, so you can donate to the GoFundMe for the tablet drive as well. And what they're saying, if you're doing it that way, just put tablets so they know the money, that money is for the tablet. And I've pinned the link so you can click on it to go to that website if you want to contribute towards a tablet for a child.
Yes, by so doing, we want to change the leadership as it relates to Eastern Portland, right? And replace, right, the schizophrenic behavior to a well competent and educated person who have vision, right, to bring the constituency forward, and in extension, of course, Jamaica forward. ISAT Buchanan, I've been there and done that, right? May God go with you, Isaac, right? Fully blessed and endorsed by Mystic Sensation, Pastor Ricky, Melting Pot, and all those persons in the chat, and everyone that follow Mystic Sensation. God bless you, Isaac Buchanan. All right, having said that, now let me give also the importance of why tonight we'll be defending the rank and file of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. They are human beings, right? And they are concerned about their pocketbook issues. Like any of us, they go to the supermarket, they go to the gas station, they have children, they have objectives in life, and most of all, like any one of us, want to reach upward mobility. And so then, of course, they want to exercise that under a good governance system. We have seen that the Jamaica Labour Party administration has been suppressing the rank and file members. And when we said rank and file, we are talking about constable up to inspector. We are not talking about gazetted officers from assistant superintendent go up to commissioner of police. They are nice. They are okay, right? And some of them, those gazetted officers, let me say this on Mystic Sensation, have been doing the Jamaica Labour Party bidding, right, to suppress. Why this subject is a burning topic to me, right? Because, of course, the way they have been treated. The way they have been treated. And we have seen as a result of one person, came forward to defend the interests, the welfare, and defend the benefits of the rank and file police officers. The Jamaica Labour Party administration had made him into a spoiler, made him into a body, right, to say that he's negative, right, and doing things contrary, right, to their plan. But what is their plan, right? To suppress and continue with their corruption. Well, one man stand up, right, like David, facing Goliath, and saying that they want justice and they want to be treated respectfully. Now, let me say this. The rank and file members of the police force, right, are the ones within the Jamaica Constabulary Force that make up the stronger part of the electoral base. Now, your decision as it relates to your vote is important. And that is why Jamaica is defending you, right, to make sure that you move towards good governance, move towards in agreement in terms of fighting against corruption. And so tonight, we are going to roll back the curtains. We are going to unearth situations of corruption. We are going to unearth situation where an individual, right, was number 3 as a result of that person, right, was investigating irregularities within the Ministry of National Security. And we have seen that his life was taken. We are going to get into that and reveal that tonight. And so we are going to, of course, get back to some important clips, and I want Jamaica to follow me tonight. And the reason why we have, right, a God-gifted talent and someone, right, who is pushing back on corruption. Someone who has backbone, strength, and courage to face Goliath and said, we are not going to be submissive. And here it is. We are going to present, right, the champion who is championing the cause for the rank and file police officers, right, without any delay. But before I do that, every time I come out, I tell Jamaican people, right, who is Andrew Holness? We tell Jamaican people that Andrew Holness is 100% natural, pure evil. And I'm confident in what I'm saying. I'm 110% confident that the Prime Minister, as it relates to what happened to Jamaica, as it relates to his level of corruption that find Jamaica in the situation as it is in terms of our economy as a result of his participation in corruption. Now I'm going to play a clip before I get into, right, the meat of the matter as it relates to our rank and file police officers. But I want you to listen to this clip, right, where not myself alone who view the Prime Minister, right, as 100% pure evil. Without any delay, on Reverend Mark Stewart speaks. Let us get and let the people listen.
Indian guru, bringing him to the country. And weeks ago, I asked the question, who is bringing this man to Jamaica? But I was not surprised. I told you. And I don't care what anybody wants to say anymore. You can't do me nothing. Because anytime anybody talk about, God, come at us, and it's like, so a lot of people are so under the control of this, the power, the evil power of this man is that you can't say nothing about him because you have these defenders. I ain't gonna apologize for nothing. I'm not TVJ. But I'm telling you, Jamaica, if you don't understand what we're up against, and if your eyes cannot be opened, and if you're so blind, dumb, and deaf not to see what is happening around this country, the sacrilege, while our leader is playing with gurus from India, he not only we see a plane load of Indians, first of all, we see a whole plane load of Indians mysteriously reach Jamaica, and instead of sending back the plane, they took these Indians off the plane, bring them into Kingston, make them roaming, have them roaming all over the city, and then eventually, whatever transpire, whatever mystery surrounding the plane load of Indians coming here and then leaving, then we see Indians being now brought into the political fray of leadership or finance, wherever. We see our leader went to India, went to the Ganges and did all tours and whatever places he went, and all of a sudden we're seeing this mysterious man from India coming to Jamaica, to our two major cities, shaking hands with our leader, whoever brought him here. You don't want people like us to say nothing, because we mustn't open our spiritual eyes. We mustn't watch. We mustn't cover the country. All of a sudden, from this man leading this country and become a god to many of you. Anything goes. I spoke, I told you, we've been talking, and people hate me. They stop listening to me. People cuss me out, done me. Oh, Mark Stewart, now listen to him again because he talk about the man and he hate the man. I don't have a problem. I don't hate the man. But if you are a prophet to a nation, if you are the eyes, if you see danger, you see your people being controlled by a power, by a spirit, by a spell, and as a man of God and a prophet, you don't say nothing. What you think? The Bible said the blood will be on my hands. And I risk everything to say to the nation, you see all the things that are happening with your leader that many of you are silent about. Didn't we prophesy? Didn't we tell you that this man was going to embarrass you? Now on the international scene, attention is being brought to Jamaica with all these trillions and all these money and everything surrounding our leader. Never before has any leader of Jamaica find themselves in the position that this leader find himself in. And no matter how we talk, Jamaican people want to shut us up for this man and this government. We have our babies at 14-year-old. We have, why? Because the junior doctors are on strike because they ain't getting their money. While you heard this ministry spend how many billion, how many money, do you hear the other day? How much they spent and received, but yet we have people dying because the system cannot and could not help a 14-year-old to survive because doctors are on strike. And all these things are happening in the face of the people, yet they're defending. Now we see for the first time our leader shaking hands with people that we would have known. These Indian gurus, these astrologers, they're not normal people. They're normal people that our leaders are bringing in to go to our place, our university, our major cities. What is the purpose? Why this man is so caught up with Indian and these astrologers and these super powerful people who the agent of, I ask the question, who's bringing these people in this country? First, you have the Freemasons. Then now you have Indian government. Jamaica, do you know what the Bible says about those who worship foreign gods? Those who, the Bible said, God spoke to Israel and said, never get involved and entangled with foreign gods. Don't, Jamaica, Mr. Prime Minister, leader, all of you, is not the church powerful enough? What is happening? You have abandoned. You have bought the preachers, many of them. Now you're bringing in gurus. You're bringing in African. You're bringing in not African, Indian, and Jamaican people think it's okay.
Now take that away. Now take that away, right? I am glad that Mark Stewart, right, as it relates to my opinion, parallel in terms of my comprehension regarding to Andrew Holness being 110% naturally evil, right? And we say that without any apology. Now let us get into the crux of the matter. Now we are going to get into, of course, the situation that is taking place in the national, the Ministry of National Security. We have heard about billions of dollars being spent. But let me give the background. Many of our police officers, and I'm talking rank and file, right, as it relates to their overtime payment and as it relates to their salary. Let me say this. Their salaries are not properly aligned. Yeah. Nigel Clark, because I've been following this for a very long time. I'm making sure that I'm doing my research before I come out and speak. Right? Nigel Clark was supposed to have this corrected. Right? Now, many of those police officers, right, have been getting like $100,000, where in truth and in fact, right, as it relates to their salary package, they should have been getting in additional of $300,000. They have not seen that. The trickery, right? And amazingly, right, where Andrew Holness seems to control the gazetted officers, right? And as I said, they don't have no form of interest and care as it relates to the rank and file police officers, because, you know, they are getting the sweets up at the top, right? And so then they control and make sure that the narrative serves the Jamaica Labour Party administration. But let me say this to the rank and file police officers tonight, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, that you represent, right, the bigger part of the voting bloc. And your statement is going to make a decision, a deciding factor as it relates to this general election. And so then, we are here to defend the rank and file police officers. Now, let us begin with this, and I want to show people, because we are going to reveal some stuff in it. We are getting into this, right, and reveal the shenanigans that is taking place within the Ministry of National Security. Now, without any delay, let us bring up Farmer Rowan James video. Okay. Let us bring up this video and show you what the former chairman has been fighting for and why the Andrew Holness-led administration, right, decided to keep him quiet, right, and almost sacrifice his career, right? So let us display that.
Protocols have already been established, and we'll adapt in the interest of time. As we pause today to acknowledge the coming of death and to roll back the curtains to remember our colleague, number 11670, Constable Oliver Mullins, it is with humility that I stand here and to say to the family our sincere condolences on behalf of the rank and file program, and to express gratitude to the family for loaning him to a nation where ingratitude reigns supreme, and there is absolutely no acknowledgement for the autonomy vested to the calling when we assume the roles and responsibilities of policing this country where lawlessness runs unabated. I stand here today on a number of premises to remind the citizenry of Jamaica that the Police Federation will not be muzzled. Cannot be muzzled and will not be intimidated. When we spoke in confidence and in privacy about welfare and well-being, it is because we understand the reality that if you don't take care of the human resources, then naturally those who rely on the services will feel the pinch. I say this against the backdrop that notwithstanding the Police Federation continues to besiege our employer, the government, for resources and proper remuneration, there continued to be a piecemeal approach to national security. Why do I say this? MOCA for proper remuneration. Yes, still the police rank and file who police the largest aspect of our citizenry, welfare continues to be ignored. The backwards approach that is being taken and expecting a champagne residual effect, it cannot happen like that. When the Police Federation speaks of accountability, we know what we are speaking about. Our roles and responsibility entails investigation, unearthing intelligence, and ensuring that it is garnered into evidential values. So those who believe that they can send threat to the Police Federation about lawsuit, about their ineptness, incompetence, they can underscore today that we know what we are talking about, because those funds that continues to be returned to Central Treasury Coffers from the appropriation aid proceeds. We know that it is happening, but yet still, our colleague Constable Oliver Mullins could have been alive today if the government of Jamaica had taken appropriate action to refuse us. One, they know that the environment has changed. They know that criminal elements have ramped up their artillery. But guess what? They continue to produce police officers and send us out, not even with the basic amenities, uniform, ballistic vests, ballistic shoes. Come on, Jamaica. Come on, Jamaica. When our employer creates the mayhem, they should be held accountable. There is absolutely no space for any state of emergency, because they know what they are doing when they are tying our hands, depriving us of the resources for police in this country. So when I'm at my office, treating with the welfare, encouraging the membership to hold straight and underpinning that the citizens of this country matters most, and we matters too. To see persons who are accountable writing to me seeking public apology or retraction or else legal action back up. This chairman is not going to step down until we
take that away. Now I thought that former chairman Rowan James was like David. But what I just heard, it seems like no man, him better than David. Right? Knowing that the Minister of National Security was in the audience. Knowing that Gugu Gaga, when he was the Commissioner of Police, he was also there. But yet the chairman faced them and told them what it is. Stand up and defend the rights that they truly deserve in terms of their welfare, in terms of what, right, due to them, right, and how they are to be treated, right, in terms of having a proper vest, the proper equipment, right, to take on their functions. We have seen that, of course, the former chairman put his career on line to defend his brothers and sisters, to defend his co-workers, to defend the rank and file. And yet, although he defended them, you have few who have betrayed him in the interest of him fighting for them. quite outstanding. A man with backbone. A man like former Chairman Rowan James is deserving to be the Commissioner of Police. Deserving to ensure that people are treated with the utmost respect and their welfare must be taken in consideration. Now, having said that, Pastor Ricky, before I move on, because we are going to get into deeper waters tonight, before I move on, let me pass the mic to you, sir, for your comment as it relates to what you have just heard from former chairman Rowan James there.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you, sir, Byron. Big respect to Chairman Rowan James. My estimation, I salute you. You should be the next Commissioner of Police. And when you take that chair, you need to demote all of the corrupt high command officials. They're all corrupt. They went after you because you spoke truth to power and put you on interdiction when they should go after the criminal prime minister for money laundering and embezzlement, tax evasions, racketeering, conspiracy to commit fraud and abuse of power, and human rights abuse of the Jamaican people whenever he send you guys out to embarrass Jamaicans who speak out in their constitutional freedom of speech against him, to videotape them and embarrass them. That is a human rights violation. No prime minister or heads of state should send the police because someone says something negative about him. You're a public figure. You should have thick skin. You should be able to be criticized and be scrutinized and brush it off, just like presidents in the United States. Go back to Nixon, Carter, Reagan, George Bush Sr., Clinton, George Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, Biden. They had negative things to say about them daily, but they have never sent police officers to arrest or beat up or videotape someone saying they're sorry. So the high command is corrupt, and they should go after the criminal prime minister. Now, as it relates to Rowan James situation, the court the JCF was taken to court and the court ordered them to change the manual pay system for the rank and file for overtime pay. And they defile, and the government, the criminal national security minister, whose name is in WikiLeaks, aligning him to criminals and gangs and drug trafficking, money laundering. They defy the court order. And it goes to show you that these people they don't honor the rule of law or the Constitution. They're lawbreakers. They're not lawmakers. And so they defied the court order and did not put in place a digital system that the court ordered them so that the rank and file can get their overtime pay. And Chairman James, who was a champion for his rank and file, stood up on their behalf, and he had to use at that time the pulpit that he had to speak truth to power, because they were ignoring the court order. In America, if you get a court order and you defy a court order, there's a warrant out for your arrest immediately. You have to honor a court order. Whatever the judge order you to do, you have to honor it. I believe it's the same thing in England and Canada. You don't defy court orders. So he stood up at the funeral and spoke truth to power to the corrupt high command officials that was there. And they were angry at him for bringing that out at that forum. But he had to use that forum to get the message out, because the rank and file who wear their badges with honor, that are serving and protecting and assuring the public, they're just human beings like you and I. They have children, they have mortgages, rent, light, extremely high light utility bills and water bills, grocery bills, extreme high prices they have to pay, just like you and I. And so he stood up on their behalf and made a plea, another plea. He have made multiple pleas to the high command. And so what they did, they got angry and went after him. There's something about this government. They don't like to hear the truth. They want you to keep quiet. They want to put a gag order on you. They want to muzzle you, and they want to shut you up. As you see how the criminal prime minister threatened to go after bloggers who are speaking the facts and the truth and informing the people. They don't like to hear the truth. So he spoke the truth at the funeral, and they went after him and put him on interdiction and suspended him without pay. And that was wrong, because there is a court order that the government should abide by. Let me say this again. There was a court order that the government should abide by and create a digital mechanism or machine or system put in place to pay overtime to the police officers who are risking their lives. In Jamaica, police get shot at, police meet in car accident, bike accident. Police get beat up by even law-abiding citizens who get tired of them coming in their community and doing their shenanigans. And so the man just stood up for the rank and file, and the I command didn't like it. The prime minister didn't like it. The national security didn't like it. They are all political aligned, and something that the previous administration, before this criminal and JLP enterprise came into power in 2016. Before that, Mama P administration at work and PJ Prime Minister Patterson administration at work to abandon alignment of the police force politically. And so we see now where this criminal organization and prime minister in the JLP party has now brought that back to bearing and now take control of the security forces of the high command. Now, I have a question to ask the new commissioner. You came into office last November, I think, 2023, when Guguyaga resigned or retired. And you had an opportunity then to shuffle the cabinet, to rearrange some officers and bring in the right people that you felt was connected to be successful to make the team what you wanted to be. But at the time, you only made one or two changes. But this week, it's been announced in the media that there's a reshuffle in the organization and the structure. Are you preparing for the general election because you're corrupt and political aligned? The next thing is that the high command have a lot of cases that were not solved. A lot of promises that was made. When I said high command, because you're in charge of the police force, you have the SSL scandal with the Kroll report that the government cannot release or fail to release. They're running around talking about FinSAC. Let's see the Kroll report. You're the commissioner in police. You swore and took an oath to protect the people of Jamaica. The people of Jamaica, many of them were investors in SSL. They lost their investments. Where is the Kroll report? Why is it you can't put pressure on the government to release that? That's SSL is a criminal Ponzi scheme mechanism of the fraudmen. So you can't say you can't touch that because you're supposed to be serving the people of Jamaica. The next thing is that you met with the prime minister, who's a criminal and should be prosecuted this week. Why didn't you put bangles on him and handcuff him and take him and lock him up for all the scandals, the fraud, financial frauds, and the IC report and the Auditor General report? Why is it you didn't? Because in the chain of command, the minister of the national security minister is supposed to meet with you, and then he goes and meet with the prime minister. So why is it that you bypass the national security minister, criminal Chang, and went and meet with the prime minister. What schemes are you guys planning for the upcoming general election? When will the rank and file, these are some of my questions to the commissioner. When will the rank and file that serve diligently, constantly, working overtime to protect the people of Jamaica, when will they get their overtime paid? When will the digitalization of the court order be manifest so that the police can get their back pay? Those are some of the questions you have yet to respond to. Last thing, Mr. Commissioner, you said that crime was decreased by 19%. Where is the evidence? We don't believe that, because to our knowledge, and big up Sir Aptigan for teaching these things, there's 4 categories of death that does not get reported in the crime figures. We understand that in Jamaica, there's only one government pathologist who's in charge of doing autopsy for those 4 categories of death and all the mysterious death, homicides, and so forth. So you have missing people death that does not go reported, suicidal deaths that does not go reported, self-defense death that does not go reported, and another category, death by investigations, that does not go reported. We understand that it goes back to 2016. There's still unaccounted bodies that needs to get an autopsy done on it. And the government is not going to allow a private pathologist to do those autopsies. It has to be done by that one person. And so every year we have multiple people that have died that didn't get reported on the current fiscal year death count. This bogus 1,139 death. Mr. Commissioner, you should be ashamed of yourself to be participating in such a level of corruption and fraud and deceit to try to appease a criminal prime minister so he can try to appease the US government, State Department that says that issued 2 travel advisory, one in January 2024 and one in July of 2024, that wants their citizens not to travel to Jamaica, or if they travel, be extremely cautious, because crime in Jamaica is the highest in the Western Hemisphere. He's trying to appease the US, the UK, and the Canadian government. The Canadian and the UK government issued their travel advisory in August of last year. So if crime was really down by 19% as you projected or you want it to be, the numbers you have manipulated and deflated, why is it you are shuffling around the officers at the top of the structure of the high command? Why is it you guys are not celebrating? Because to me, bringing down a figure of 19%, you should be popping the champagne and celebrating. So what is the purpose of shuffling around officers in the high command structure at this time? That's my question to you, Mr. Commissioner. If the Jamaican people and myself would like to know these things. Amen. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Very good. Solid input coming from Pastor Ricky there. And that's what Pastor Ricky said. But you know, they are shuffling around as it relates to, because they know the true numbers, right? And they're willing to lie with the people and other as it relates to the gazetted officers of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right? That willing to do Andrew Horner's bidding, right? And as I said, right, as it relates to those travel advisory that has been going against the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right? Those travel advisory has never issued, right, as it relates to when the People's National Party was in power, right? But anything that Andrew Horner's touched is definitely destruction and dilemma, right? And that is why you have been seeing this and witnessing this. Now, without any...
I forgot to mention the guru from India. Can I just get 2 more minutes? I'm sorry. I know you have to move on. Is it possible? Okay, if not, I can wait till another time. Yeah.
All right. Make it yes.
In Deuteronomy, big up Reverend Mark Stewart. Salute you for that. for the courage and the boldness you spoke on. In Deuteronomy chapter 7, when the children of Israel was in the wilderness, before they cross over into the promised land, the Lord spoke to Moses and said, tell the children of Israel that there are 7 nations greater, mightier than them. And when they cross over into the promised land, which is the land of Canaan from the wilderness, don't intermingle, don't marry, don't associate, don't worship their gods. God warned the children of Israel and told them not to serve any other gods or go after any other god. Moving over to the 10 Commandments in Exodus chapter 20. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all of their heart, strength, mind, soul. Thou shalt not worship any graven images. Thou shalt not have any other God before me, for I am a jealous God. Those are the commandments of God. This criminal prime minister who knows he's in trouble, right after the tabling of the IC report, took a trip to India to get away from the heat and the discussion at the time. Went over to India, and rumor had it that he went to take a bath in one of those guru bath or obia bath or whatever they call it over there. But you bring in someone to Jamaica, a Christian nation that was found on biblical principle. Jamaica has per square mile the most churches of any Caribbean country in the Western Hemisphere. Bringing someone with a different belief system, values, religious aspects, to bring them into Jamaica to introduce their philosophies and teachings and doctrines. Remember, India has over 4,000 gods. You and I can be a god in India. They have the god of the grass, the god of the water, god of the river, god of the sky, you name it, god of the cows. India has 4,000 gods. Why are you introducing other religions to a Christian nation? Final point. We know you have insulted the Jamaica workers when you said there is no skilled workers in Jamaica. Are you now getting ready to import like Trudeau in Canada has done? And it has cost him and got him in trouble with the voters in Canada for importing all these Indian nationals into Jamaica in the tourism sector, teachers that have left, nurses that have left, police that have left. Are you getting ready to bring in a flood, as we saw a plane in the summer past that came to Jamaica with a lot of Indian nationals? Was that a sneak preview of what is to come? Will you set up more Hindu temples for them to come and worship freely in Jamaica when there's so many churches in Jamaica? What is your motive? You need to speak to the Jamaican people because we have concerns as Jamaican citizens. Thank you, Sir Byron, for that.
Okay. All right. Wonderful input there. All right. Yes, Melting Pot, as it relates to the chair, the former chairman of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, right? Doing, the people's will, particularly, right, working for his, fellow brothers and sisters. And you have seen where the administration now try to suppress him and try to make him look like the bad egg. And indeed, he's fighting for the welfare of his officers. Melting Pot, take it away as it relates to your observation there.
Well, my observation of Corporal Rowan James is that he's a man of courage, a man of class, a man of substance, and a man of strength. Because at that funeral service, all the dignitary officials were there that are affiliated to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, such as the Minister of Security, Dr. Crabbe.
Exactly.
You also have the bogus commissioner at the time, Gugu Gaga Anderson. And for sure, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, Fitzbailey, was there as well. And I mean, the whole High Command, majority of them was there. But as I say, I must salute Corporal Rowan James for the stand that he took, because as a chairman for the rank and file police, he is their representative and their voice. And he was making mention in particular that the policeman that lost his life, if he had been more properly equipped with the necessary equipment, he probably wouldn't have lost his life.
So true.
Now, the Iraqis took offense to that. And what they also took offense to was the fact that Corporal Rowan James also make mention of the fact that, he's not going to allow them to muzzle him. Now that threw a spanner in their work, because for once they heard the voice of a respectful police officer who is representing the men and women in the rank and file division and asking for, better treatment. And most fundamentally, he was making reference to the back payment of overtime that was long overdue for these serving men and women. Now, what transpired out of that brief message that Corporal Rowan James delivered was a backlashing from the high command. And, what was more surprising was the fact that the Commissioner of Police, Gugu Gaga Anderson, did not stand up for Corporal Rowan James, who he represents as the Commissioner of Police. So what we are looking at, which is plain and obvious, is that there are division amongst the high command and the regular policemen as it relates to corruption being an institutional part of the JCF. Now, the Minister of National Security must be held accountable, because security in any country is paramount. And where you're going to have division within your security force in the country, that spells trouble, because that simplifies corruption is running through. And so we are now seeing where, we have some great issues that are pressing need that have never been even looked at, much less to be resolved, because of the high level of corruption. Policemen up till today have not been remunerated with their overtime pay. And it seems like the high command are the bad dogs in the JCF, and they want to carry out a level of atrocity on the lower rank and file member and suppress their lifestyle. Because when you go to work, you expect to be paid and pay accordingly as the wage structure permit you to be. But for you to work and not getting paid for your overtime, that's a no-go show. And when the chairman, who is in charge of the rank and file, make representation on behalf of his member that he served, he get attacked from the high command. So what that is saying, corruption right across the board.
Yep.
Now we are seeing where, he was placed on interdiction and all these type of nonsenses. Now I would believe that, the Commissioner of Police would stand up for Corporal Rowan James. Because remember, the wage package have to come from the ministry, which Crabble preside over. So if the Ministry of National Security is having problem in paying these men their overtime wages, then who should be there trying to, make sure these men get paid, are working alongside the Minister of National Security, because at the time the commissioner now should incorporate what Corporal James is saying, because the rank and file is a part of the body that the commissioner preside over. There are his workers, right? They are employed under his umbrella. So this is why we're having problem with crime fighting in Jamaica. Because when policemen and women are not being properly paid, then we find that some illicit activity within the force start to emerge. People become disenfranchised with the work and underperform. We get bad report. We get people not acting in the capacity as their training should allow them to. They take a U-turn on the job because the job now becomes a hustling job rather than a job that offers you a salary. The salary gone missing.
A living wage. Living wage.
Right, the living wage. Yeah. It gone missing off the table. So these men and women life now become suppressed. And what you find now is that they can't shop the way they want to shop for food from the supermarket, from the ground provision market. The kids cannot go to school with the requirement fund that they would want to give to their kids to attend school. And bills and all these things now become a problem to be paid on a monthly basis. So most of what we see now happening, as we saw in 2024, where a lot of criminal activity involved members from the JCF, that is the root of the problem. If these men were properly compensated for the job that they are doing, then when they fall foul of the law of the job description, we expect them to be held accountable because they are being properly paid. But why we are seeing them falling foul of the law but not being investigated or being taken off frontline duty or even being charged is because the government know that they are not paying these people, so they give them a free rein. That is my perception, because that's how I view it as a critical thinker. That's why I see a lot of police hustle on the street, because they know there's no, action that will be taken against them, because the government already owe them. So, there's no form of discipline that will be dealt out to these men and women if they break the law out there during the line of duty. So everything now becomes a play field, not a workplace anymore. So this is why we're having problem within the JCF, and this is why crime statistic has been suppressed by the now Commissioner of Police, because, crime, we all know, it's a big problem in Jamaica. No two ways about that. Because when you have policemen during that period of time under the then Commissioner, Major Gugugaga Anderson, that we saw on parade, that the sole of the shoes disintegrated from the upper part. That was, very shabby, and you could see that not even boots the policemen have. So when Corporal Rowan James was, standing up for the lack of equipment and uniform, he was right, because we saw it. We saw it at a policeman that lost his life funeral, where an officer that was a part of the gun salute, his shoes was disintegrated. You understand? And what we also saw was the then commissioner, carrying out a gun salute that consists of 13 rounds that went on for 3 gun salute instead of 21 We had 39. So that just goes to show a shamble that was emerging in the JCF. And that was happening under the astute watch from Dr. Crabb as the Minister of National Security. He should be presiding over the police force as the minister in charge for security. Gugu Kaka Anderson should demand that the government properly fund the JCF. So the officer that had shoes that should have been dumped about 6 months ago, it would have been properly, kitted out and looking professional. And everything would be constructed orderly. Google Gaga couldn't come there and disperse 39 bullets when it should be 21, because the Jamaica Constabulary Force has become a rogue entity. Exactly. A rogue entity. The minute an army personnel was introduced into the police force to be the commissioner, things were very fundamentally wrong. Right? And a lot of these men within the High Command Division, they are unpicked. They haven't qualified themselves through their line of duty and their performance to be up there. They are unpicked by the government. So what we know from a critical point of view in our perception is that Andrew Wallace tried to assemble a JCF that is aligned with his party and with his corruption. Within the Jamaica Defense Force, it's the same thing. Because the generalship that Andrew Wallace was trying to employ was dictatorship coming through the back door. Right? And down upon us like Hurricane Gilbert. You just wake up into this new, project that him institute. Dictatorship. So the whole security landscape of Jamaica was tampered with at the time by the Jamaica Labour Party led by Andrew Wallace, because this is how he works in the society, right? Because we have seen this man all over Middle East and Asia. And those regions are very destructive regions. Region that our politicians, especially our head of state, should never have even ventured outside of Jamaica and set foot into those places. Because if we look at our trade embargo, we don't have any with Israel and India. What were we trading with Israel and India for our prime minister to be down there? The only thing that Andrew Wallace went there for was to learn about these society way of life and take it back to Jamaica and implemented it. Because Andrew Wallace is a straight dictator that will craft his way as a dictator leader within the country without even being given the authority to move the country from a democratic state to a dictatorship land. Because, as Pastor Ricky rightfully said, this man is not a lawmaker, he's a lawbreaker. So when you see all these Indian gurus coming into the country, Andrew Wallace is desperate. And right now, I'm even gone down the road at Wobia to keep him in the hot seat as Prime Minister. So when him gone down, they're going to take bath. I bet time they go to do in the Park River, right side of Cream and jump off. Maybe the black perch, them would have do something good to him. So they would have make him see himself black like the people in Jamaica where I represent. Because you know I be a black perch and I do in the Park River. This was the right place him go take a bath. All right. You understand? Going into India. Right? It's not the place. Our society does not speak the language of the Indian society. We don't eat their food. We don't dress like them. And certainly we don't worship like these people. You understand? Because we don't worship cow and rivers and all these unnecessary things. We worship the true and living God, the creator of earth, the God of all God. That's the one we recognize in Jamaica. So we see the Jamaica Labour Party, you know. I want my people, you know, tuning in tonight. Whether you're watching the program or you're listening through the grapevine. The Jamaica Labour Party has always been a party that like Obia, Kumuna and all these things. Because that's the only way they think they can, you know, retain power in the country when they mess up the country. We see Babs Green spend a whole heap of money to set a table. And the only result me see out of that was one of them supporter. I'm not saying it because of any malicious thought or feeling toward the supporter. But the only thing that we saw was a member, a woman to be precise, lose her leg. Days after the table was set. You understand? Because conscious-minded people will not fall for these type of hypocrisy way of life, you know. Because this alone open Jamaica and I say as some wicked people around the country. They will go as far as, you know, seeking Obia to keep them in a which part they want to be. And that will not happen because the Lord that created this place, what we call earth, will always stretch its mighty hand across the land where his people reside and protect them and cover them from all evil, wicked oppressors. Oppressors like Andrew Holness. You understand? Oppressors like members from within the GSCF who are serving in the High Command division. So we want the government to understand that the people is a priority and the law of the land is what preside over the people and the rights and justice that the people have within the Constitution to live in Jamaica. We don't need a government who is trying to change things because something is there that will be an hindrance to him. So I'm going to fix something to be a beneficiary to him. Crime is not something that you play with.
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely.
And this is why, you know, trade embargo, as it relates to restriction from outside of Jamaica, been given to citizens from elsewhere not to come to Jamaica because the high level of crime.
Exactly.
But when we have a minister who come out and boast profoundly how much money they have spent and how that they are the highest spender in the history of Jamaica politics when it comes to crime, $176 billion. But we haven't seen any result that benefit the citizens in Jamaica. We see the crime rate spiral out of control. It looks so bad on them that they, you know, fabricate a figure of 1,139 in one of the most bloodiest year in recent time, 2024. How can you get a crime statistic that low when murder was like rain falling out of the sky? You understand? So this just goes to show that everything is wrong. And to compound matters worth and to put things into a more prospective view for everyone to analyze. Not long after this incredible figure showing a 19% reduction in crime, there goes the now Gugu Gaga 2 as commissioner, reshuffling the members around him in the high command post, assembling a new team for 2025. Now, if your team performs so well and reduce crime by 19%, why would you even want to touch that formation? As Pastor Rick said, you should be popping some champagne.
Exactly.
And awarding, your men with a pay package or some bonus compensation for bringing down the crime. Because that would be the biggest reduction for a long time in Jamaica in any fiscal year.
If it was true, yeah.
If it was true, they know where we're going. You understand?
All right.
So the fact that him can just, after putting out this, fictitious numbers, then you reshuffle the cabinet, then you're taking us for idiot. Right away, we know it's something spooky.
Exactly.
We know it's over 2,000 people died this year. And the fact that it has broken the 2,000 barrier, they were ashamed. So they half it because they always like to half the numbers. The same thing with the pandemic death. Over 7,000 people, them say 3,000 plus. Everything them half. So if you look at 1,139 and double it, tell me where you get Pastor Ricky. You get 2,200 and what?
2,278.
78. That bad. Now, Dr. Crab and Google Gaga 2. That 2,000 figure there is very, very bad. That is a national record for death. Because not even in 1980, when election was rampant with crime, we never have so many Jamaicans lose them soul. You understand? So something is fundamentally wrong with you people in authority. And the corruption that has drawn your mind into a different stratosphere, it needs to be, cleansed. Because a corrupted mind is so dirty that it's worse than Azan time when darkness come over and cover Jamaica land. We don't say a dark day. You understand? What Azan do, compared to what you guys are doing now. Azan time was like the longest day in the UK. Where the sun shine from morning till about 1 p.m. in the next morning. For no one like when the moon and the sun pass together and we have a total eclipse. Because this a world record, for a little Caribbean island, having over 2,000 of its citizens being brutally murdered. Right? When an organization, when a government come and say them spend the most money on crime. We can't accept this. This is unacceptable. And just to show the high level of corruption, GSF member attacking another GSF member. How that look? I command attacking Corporal Rowan James for speaking up on behalf of the rank and file member that he represents. And what was he asking for? The back money and better equipment for the men going out on duty. Is something wrong with that? Something could never be wrong with that. Because that's what Corporal Rowan James is there to do, to represent the men and women from the rank and file division. These people must be paid. So when they fall foul of the law, they have no excuse because you're paying them well. Now when I look through a certain document, I see where it is make mention of that these men who are on 100,000 per month, they have been shortchanged like over 200,000. They should be on 300,000.
Exactly.
And their pay package is the worst inside of the CARICOM region. You understand? The only country in the region that is above Jamaica is Haiti. And we all know what's happening to Haiti.
Unacceptable. Totally
So,
unacceptable.
this is totally unacceptable.
Definitely.
And you cannot have the Minister of National Security and the Commissioner of Police working in tandem against the same people that they preside over. That is straight corruption.
All right.
So we need to get rid of this sort of behavior from within the JCF. The top need to be cleaned because, as I said previously, they are unpicked men who should not have been elevated to these positions. They are not qualified. Where did this commission come from? Where did Dennis Brook come from? Where did Google Anderson come from? What level of training within constabulary?
Dennis Brook is an assistant superintendent, not commissioner.
Yes. You understand? So we're having problem with the selection of these men that are, put in high office to preside over the JCF. So the corruption, it have to clean out.
Definitely.
The incoming government, come September, have to move all of these obstacles, all of these corrupted elements, because that's the only way Jamaica will reduce the crime on a day-to-day basis. Yeah? It's not way up overnight. But if you have the right structure in place with the right personnel at the helm, then the country will move forward and we will see where crime reduce on a basis where no numbers are suppressed. We'll have accuracy because it would be easy to, relate the true statistic figure. Because crime will be coming down based on what is put in place to reduce crime. Good commissioner, good minister of national security, policemen and women being trained properly, being supervised properly, and being held accountable. And you give them the necessary tools that they need, that they require to go out there and do the job. There's nothing more to do with police in the country. Clean up the head and the stream, get rid of these corruption who are serving on big wages and don't want the fellow policemen who are out there putting their life on the block on a day-to-day basis to even have a life where they can feel comfortable. And I yield back to the panel.
Solid input there. So now let us ask the question as it relates to, now we are moving into a general election, right? And of course, the rank and file police officers, right, were refused their benefits were rejected, basically as it relates to their overtime salary, right, and their salary alignment pay package, right, was not done properly, right? And so then what we have seen, right, where Corporal Rowan James came out in the defense of them, right, fighting for their welfare. Now we are stepping into a general election, and this is one of the reasons why we are dealing with this. Now we are stepping into a general election. It's the Jamaica Labour Party administration who refuse, right, to deal with the welfare of the rank and file police. Are they be looking now for the rank and file police officers to vote for them, to vote for the Jamaica Labour Party? Well, I am telling the rank and file police officers to remember that this administration, right, deny you, right, the necessary welfare. And as a matter of fact, why they deny you the necessary welfare, it is this administration that had taken 200 and 300% raise. So we want the rank and file to remember, we are stepping into a general election. We need the rank and file members, you understand, to remember as it relates to what this administration had done. Even now, right, many police officers have not been sorted out as it relates to their salary alignment, right? They have been given like 100,000 where in really and truly they should have been paid $300,000, right, based on the salary alignment, and they denied that, right? Nigel Clark, gone, leave that. So that is not going to fix. So now going into a general election, are they depending now on the rank and file, right, to do what? To support what? Jamaica Labour Party administration who suppressed them, and them took 200 and 300% raise. So hold on, what I want to know, the Jamaica Constabulary Force rank and file police officers, they don't have children, they don't have wife to take care of, they don't have bills to take care of. I want to know if it is only the Jamaica Labour Party administration as it relates to the member of parliament, and them alone have bills to take care of, them alone have wife to take care of, them alone, they make sure that their bread, butter on 4 sides, not 2 sides, 4 sides. So they are well okay, right? They are well okay. But let me tell you something. Many of the rank and file police officers, right, if you are to interview them, as they get the little 2 pence,
Stipend.
or the little stipend, it is old. It is old. Because again, with all of the patrol, the patrol, you know, them and the deep of bad road, it much of the policeman vehicles, them private vehicles damage, all of them things there, the amount of things that they are facing. Right? You have dilapidated police station even now, and yet this is the administration who is bragging that they spend more money than any other administration. And for what? For what? And this is what, right? Corporal Rowan James, right, former chairman, is fighting for. And what you have done, you have crucified him. The Jamaica Labour Party administration have crucified him. So then you tell me now, what are you looking for? That the rank and file must come out and support you and vote for you for what? Rank and file. Talk to the rank and file men them tonight. Talk to the rank and file men them tonight. Right? That you need their support. Tell them that you need their support. But you deny them their welfare. You deny them their benefits. Right? So let us get into, right, more detail of that, because we are going to open some kind of worms tonight. Now, let us get into this and to show you as it relates to when we talk about a man with a backbone, when we talk about a man with a purpose, a man with a vision. Now, listen to this and let us pray. We are not going to take the crumbs. That is what the former chairman was telling them, because of course the Jamaica Labour Party administration dished out crumbs to the rank and file. That's what they have done. Dished out crumbs to the rank and file. Let us get into that. Jamaica Gleaner. Let us get into that. Here it is, people. We are not going to take the crumbs. Corporal James, according to Corporal James, Police Federation presses for improved compensation package. I am telling you that Corporal Rowan James is like a lion. Now look at these people. The Jamaica Police Federation on Tuesday served notice that until the government serves up a much improved package, it is not prepared to sign any wage agreement. Up to November, some 15 trade unions had signed on to the new compensation package offered to public sector workers. But the Jamaica Teachers Association and the Jamaica Police Federation have been holding out for better remuneration. Some want to know, general election, they're right on the corner, and we here say February. So what are they depending on? Are they depending on the rank and file votes? We want to know. Chairman of the Federation, Corporal Rowan James, told Gleaner that based on the mandate from his members and the government stance, they were nowhere near reaching an accord. So we want the rank and file to know this, how they are rejecting their welfare and benefits. The membership has asked me to ensure that the best salary package is unearthed. You hear that? The membership asking, right, Corporal Rowan James, right, to ensure, asking him to ensure that the best salary package is unearthed based on the social safety net that we are looking at. We are nowhere near any of that. This is own angle rank and file. Well, you never know the general election will come. I want to know if you are going, if the Jamaica Labour Party administration is depending on the rank and file to vote for them. They can depend. Let me tell the Jamaica Labour Party administration this. You can depend on the gazetted officers to vote for you because they are few and far apart, right? Now you can depend on the gazetted officers who you have taken care of because only them alone have family, and only them alone have expenses, right? So then you depend on the gazetted officers to vote for you, right? You depend on them to vote for you. But are you going to depend on the rank and file to vote for you when you treated them, right? When you treated them like rough and like all rough, you don't care about them. You take 200 and 300% raise and you make sure so you fat up the pocket, right? Of the gazetted officers of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, you understand? To join you in your bangarang and defend, right, your mandate. But no, general elections around the corner. Are you going to depend on them? Based on the social safety net that we are looking at, we are nowhere near any of that. It is for the government to understand that this is not the normal 2-year cycle of negotiation. It is an altogether different compensation that the government has embarked on. We are not going to submissive to any dictatorial approaches. This is the reason why I'm trying to get rid of Corporal James, you know, and put in one puppet. Put in a puppet that the puppet can carry out on a mandate. I want to offer the puppet can take it and give to the rank and file because the rank and file, right? Them not have no responsibilities. The rank and file don't have no responsibilities, right? So you're rather use a puppet. You understand? And you shove out Corporal James because Corporal James have fight for the welfare of the officers, or to allow for our membership to be remunerated, right, less than the service and the standard that is expected, he said, right? Let us know we are not going to take the crumbs. Talk to them, Corporal James. Talk to them. Let me quote, open quote. We are not going to take the crumbs, right? When them cut 200 and 300% and a dash down crumbs, you understand? And now do what? They might depend on enough to come vote for them. Eh? It depends on now to come vote for them. Corporal James vowed disclosing that members of the JCF and its auxiliaries are the worst compensated in the region. I wonder if they know that. I wonder if the Jamaica Labour Party administration know that. Eh? And as we said, they are not looking for the rank and file members of both the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the JDF to vote for them, right? I want the rank and file members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the JDF, right, to take note, right, with only law enforcement officers in 80 fearing worse. When you look on that people, see it here, this is the evidence, you know. This, despite the government boasting about the surplus revenue it had collected, we are not seeing any of that surplus. But we have ensured that we keep our end of the bargain by staying on the job, even without the resources to effectively serve the citizens of this country. Corporal James charge, and yet you come out to spend, you understand, billions of dollars. The JLP administration is the administration that spend, right, the most money ever. You understand? Wait there. Where it is. We are going to go down into some things tonight. Right? Dictatorial approach, subheading. He said that it is time that the government gets serious about the negotiations, recognizing that what is at stake is national security, and as such, the welfare of law enforcement agents must be treated with the uttermost respect. So remember, you know, you don't disrespect them, you know. You don't care nothing about their welfare. Nothing about their welfare. So I want, as I'm asking and I'm driving the point home, is the Jamaica Labour Party administration depending on the rank and file to vote for them? Depending on the rank and file to vote for them? When you take 200 and 300% raise and just look on them and give them pittance and say, I'm going to take this boy and make sure so I'm going to take care of the gazetted officers to suppress them. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. The membership has very high expectations that the government will acknowledge their purpose and value. No, it didn't. And will therefore move with alacrity to ensure that whatever is needed to resolve this issue, that they sit at the table and seek to resolve it. No, they are not going to resolve it. Right? It's only them alone of expenses. It's only them alone of family. It's only them alone of children to take care of. Rather than stay away from the table with a dictatorial approach, people see that. Is the corporal saying that, you know, they believe that they can influence the rank and file to accept less than the value of their service and worth. But we know that their parliamentarians are seeking to remunerate themselves far better than what they are seeking to offer us, Corporal James said. And remember, you know, this was prior to them get the 200 and 300% raise. So no see right here, so what Corporal James said, Corporal James was right. Because after they give them pittance, after they gave them pittance and deny, you understand, the welfare package that they're supposed to get, them take 200 and 300% raise, Nigel Clark and the wicked dictator Andrew Wilness. Earlier, in his greeting to the prayer breakfast, Corporal James made it clear that he was prepared for the long haul. And remember, you know, Corporal James not only talking, this is where I talk about a man with words, a man of action, a man of vision, you understand, a man of backbone, casting himself as the biblical David. I mean, you never see this. You never see say him cast himself as biblical David.
But you use it earlier on.
I mean, use it earlier on.
Yeah.
You say,
great mind thinks alike, man. Great mind thinks alike.
Great minds, and hear it. See, hear it. Look at it. When we are talking, right? Now, earlier, let me read back over this because this made me feel great in the man. Earlier in his greeting to the prayer breakfast, Corporal James made it clear that he was prepared for the long haul, casting himself as the biblical David who slew the giant Goliath. And this is what I'm saying, a man with backbone. This man, right, without no doubt. Can you imagine if Corporal James ascended to the top position, being the Commissioner of Police, and the heart that he has, fighting for the welfare of his men, right? Trust me, all the men and women in the police force would have been treated with the utmost respect. Just imagine, people, just let us think about it. To know that Corporal James, Rowan James, being the David that he is, standing against, and I mean, talking the truth in front of them, not behind them, but face them, and told them what it is. Right? And put his career on line. Just imagine if Corporal Rowan James, at his position, doing this for all of his workers, co-workers. Just imagine if this man, you understand, gain the capacity as it relates to being the Commissioner of Police, right? You will see a David at the head fighting for his men, right? No, being a corporal, and Corporal Rowan James is this powerful, a force to reckon with, right? Trust me, the most important thing is the love and respect that he has for his men, right? Being, right, the person who has to lobby on their behalf, lobby as it relates to the rank and file, right, members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Such a person. And imagine doing all of that, the suppressive government, P. Corporal Rowan James as an enemy, fighting for the will of his co-workers, fighting for a better salary package, right? Fighting, right, for the overtime pay, and in general, fighting for the overall welfare. And the government made him into an enemy. They must stand in the gap with us now when it matters most, so that people of Jamaica can enjoy safety and security. Blessed are those who treat the police right, because they will be safe and secure, he declared. What a fellow. What a fellow.
Yeah, man.
Oh. And you know, let me tell you something with the crux of the matter. The viciousness of the Jamaica Labour Party administration coming out and telling lies as if they are taking care, right, of the rank and file members. Taking lies. The next document is going to show you how they came out telling lies as if they are taking care of the rank and file. So let us get into the next document. Overtime pay fury. So we are going to get into that and to show you the real strength of Corporal Rowan James, right? Pushing back on a suppressive government, right? Now, the Minister of National Security, let me say this before we move on. Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security, right, has not stood up and defend the welfare of the rank and file members of the JCF. So then let me ask the question. Are they looking for the rank and file to vote for them? We are asking that question. We are asking that question. Overtime pay fury, Police Federation, High Command at daggers drawn. Want to hear that, people? Police Federation, High Command at daggers drawn. Embattled chairman of the Jamaica Police Federation, Corporal Rowan James, on Thursday described as a complete fallacy, saying lie, outright lie, and insistence by the High Command that there has been no temporary interruption of overtime payment to cops. Right? Them come out, you know, and them tell the lies, you know, man. So, Corporal Rowan James ran out and spoke the truth. At the same time, James said the 4.9 billion in overtime being touted as paid out under the system to more than 12,500 rank and file members should be probed by the Auditor General. Hey, they are going into the bangarang tonight, you know. We are going down into the bangarang tonight. So I want to prepare the Jamaican people, you know, as it relates to the bangarang that took place in the Ministry of National Security. Right? In the Ministry of National Security. Look here, people. At the same time, James said the 4.9 billion in overtime being touted as paid out under the system to more than 12,500 rank and file members should be probed by the Auditor General. And let me tell you, Jamaican people, the Auditor General did probe it. And what the Auditor General found out, yes, people will soon reveal that. Right? No. His charge comes as the Police High Command, in a statement on its social media pages on Thursday, responded to what it said are baseless claims aimed at creating unrest and discord among members being circulated in relation to the cessation of overtime payments to rank and file cops. You know, hear that? According to the High Command, since the implementation of its workforce management system in April 2023, the Jamaica Constabulary Force has remained committed to ensuring the well-being of officers. Be alive, not tell. be a lie, including the prompt and accurate payment of overtime due. All of that a lie. All of that is lie. And this is the thing with this administration. Continue with their level of deceitfulness. Just like what they are doing with the crime statistics. Just like how they cover up the COVID-19 death. Vicious. We can't have a government like this to continue to be deceiving the people. Can't.
No.
And you honest need to go. You can't be deceiving the people right after the people vote for you. So no matter what you promise, right, the people at last. Let me tell you, Andrew, let me take time to tell you, if you don't know. Andrew, the Jamaican people, the majority of the Jamaican people, because we know so we still have some idiot out there, you know. Majority of the Jamaican people, critical thinking people, well good thinking people, had lost the trust and confidence both in you and your entire administration. You are not trustworthy. Your administration is not trustworthy. The level of corruption, the level of nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery, and outright pilfering, thieving for people who don't understand the definition of pilfering. The outright thieving, the outright dipping no hand in the treasury, and all sort of bangarang that you know involved in. Right? Now, it said at the end of February 2024, more than 651 million in overtime payments were disbursed to members. And the timely and accurate payment of overtime to JCF members will continue. Right? Pure lie. Additionally, the High Command said in total, more than 4.9 billion in overtime has been paid out under the system, with an average of over 10,000 members receiving overtime payments each month. JCF finds it very concerning that such false reports would begin circulating at this time. The JCF High Command take these matters seriously and views the spread of such misinformation, while I only give the misinformation and disinformation with great concern. Right? And that is what you people do. You people, while giving the misinformation and the disinformation, accusing people that they are the ones who are doing it, when you are the ones who are doing it. We urge the public, and more specifically members of the JCF, to critically assess the veracity of the information encountered on social media and other platforms, it said. But according to Corporal James, even as the JCF issued its refutation, even although not speak and not say a lie, right? Complaints from cops have continued to flow into the Federation, which represent police from the rank of constable up to inspector. And this is what represent the rank and file from constable up to inspector. This is what Corporal James is talking about. Regardless that you people came out and talking about lies and this and that, while you are doing that, right, rank and file police officers are complaining that they haven't received no form of payment. This is all vicious, wicked, and lie. It is a total fallacy, falsehood, lie, because the complaints are still coming in. That's why we said Corporal James is really David, really a lion, right? Coming in are still being observed in the numerous communication rooms that we have established. Even today, there are several members who have not received any overtime payment and are questioning how it is that they are working X amount of hours and are only seeing remuneration for some hours. He told the Jamaican Observer, goes to the length and breadth of the lie and the security of this Jamaica Labour Party government. According to the Federation chair, some cops have been receiving only partial overtime payments, while others are receiving none. And right now, we are talking about the country in a deep economy. You know, a lot of people in a lot of institutions have not been getting any pay. You know. I tell us that the country economy gone to the dogs. Now, let us take that away on it. Now, let me say this, and I'm going to read the next document, and then have the go to the panel. Now, as Corporal Rowan James mentioned, right, and said that the Auditor General, right, need to do the audit, right? You are going to find out what transpired. So we are going to get into that for Jamaican people to find out what transpired. Now, MNS Auditor, and this is it, people. The Minister of National Security, right? One of its auditors was investigating and found several irregularities. And as such, to the fact that he had discovered those irregularities, he was gunned down in Portmore. Yes, people, I have the documents. As a result of him, right, investigating and discovered several irregularities, the auditor was gunned down. And they make it look like, okay, all right, it's two ordinary person just want to rob and kill him because he was on a mission to expose the government, of the corruption. Yes, to expose the government of his corruption. And after his death, just imagine, people, after his death, the Auditor General discovered several malpractices. I have the evidence tonight. After, right, the internal auditor discovered several irregularities, while not telling people about billions of dollars being spent, right, as it relates to national security. Right? Lot of robbing, lot of thieving. And let me say this, from the grapevine, a lot of top members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force have resigned, decided that they are not going to go along with the criminality. Let me talk to me Jamaican people there. Because a lot of Jamaican people don't know this. What is going on as it relates to the Minister of National Security. Right? A lot of top members of the police force, right, has resigned because they decided, right, that they are going to hold on to their moral grounds and their ethical background, and they are not going to go down, right, in the gully of sin and shame and the corruption. So without any delay, let us get into the document to reveal it to the Jamaican people. Jamaica Observer.
Hey, you won't hear this on Nationwide. This is breaking news on Mystic Sensation.
All right, my brother. Now, Jamaica Observer, MNS Auditor gunned down in broad daylight. Now, see, we are showing the evidence here. Because this man was digging and found out irregularities that taking place. Right? But before he exposed it, he was gunned down. MNS Auditor gunned down in broad daylight in Portmore. St. Catherine, Jamaica detectives from the St. Catherine South Division are searching for suspects in connection with the fatal shooting of an employee of the Ministry of National Security in Portmore, St. Catherine on Sunday. The internal auditor, 54-year-old Garfield Jones of Cumberland Meadows, Portmore in St. Catherine, is also a building contractor. He was shot dead by an unknown assailant at a construction site in Greater Portmore in the parish. Reports from the Portmore police are that about 2:30 p.m. Jones was driving his Nissan AD wagon motor car with a passenger on board when he was pounced upon by a lone gunman traveling on foot who opened fire, hitting him. Now, a source told Observer online that thugs had reportedly attempted to extort Jones, who refused their overtures. That is the story no make up. Thugs had come to the site demanding money, but he refused to pay them. He told them it wasn't a big construction, as he was really just helping out a family member, but they didn't want to hear that. They just killed him in cold blood, shot down in broad daylight. He was a good man. He didn't deserve to die like that, the source said. St. Catherine South Police are investigating. Take that away. Take that away. As soon as, right, the auditor start to investigate the Minister of National Security and found irregularities that he was going to expose. What happened? Unknown assailants gun him down. Gun him down. But people, let us show you the right track that he was on. That after he was gunned down, right? The Auditor General, right? The Jamaica Auditor General found out the same bangarang that he was out to expose. People, it's not funny. We are showing you what going on in Jamaica. We are showing the Jamaican people what is going on. After he was gunned down, right? The Auditor General found a hell of a bangarang as it relates to breaching the procurement guidelines within the Minister of National Security, corruption, money got this so, man paid this so, other things where the police they did not follow the appropriate procurement processes and wholly political things, you know, right? The very same thing that the internal auditor was going to expose. Now look at this. Let us get to the document. Auditor General finds JCF deviates from procurement principles. Let us get into that. Coming at them. Coming at them. Here it is, people. Auditor General finds JCF deviates from procurement principles in spending practices. Now let us look. As I said in a people, a lot of gazetted officers, right? A lot of big members of the police force has resigned because they are not going to mingle in the filth of what is going on. Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis says the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the JCF, has been engaging in significant spending practices which do not meet important principles of fairness, competition, and what? Transparency. Mistress Monroe Ellis disclosed the finding in a JCF performance audit report, which was tabled in the House of Representatives yesterday. Nika Lewis report. According to the Auditor General, various expenditures by the JCF on fuel, food, and facility repairs did not meet required standards. The audit reviewed the period between the 2013 to 2014 and 2017 to 2018 fiscal years. The Auditor General criticized the JCF for not always getting the best price for goods and services purchased. According to the Auditor General, the JCF routinely ignored the competitive bidding process and opted in most cases for the direct or emergency contracting method because they want to find ways and means, right, to rub up the money so they don't go through the appropriate process or processes. The Auditor General says the JCF used the direct emergency and direct contracting methodologies for almost $2 billion in a people, or 80% of contracts during the period review. When you hear that, people? The contracts were entered into in order to carry out maintenance of the JCF facilities, purchase meals for detainees, and procure uniforms for members of the police force. The Auditor General says the JCF has significant room for improvement, efficiencies, right, and economy. Mr. Monroe Ellis also says the JCF failed to establish clear linkages between the annual operational targets and related procurement activities. She says this apparent disconnect between the annual operational and procurement plans limited the JCF ability to schedule the acquisition of goods and services on a timely basis to achieve value for money spent. According to Mistress Monroe Ellis, consequently, her department was unable to determine how the JCF assessed its performance relative to target or allocated budgetary resources. The Auditor General says, for example, whereas JCF targeted the recruitment of 828 additional police personnel for 2015 to 2016, its procurement plans did not reflect the additional uniforms that will be required for new recruits. Additionally, the Auditor General says the JCF failed to maintain a facilities maintenance register because they don't want it to be tracked. They don't want it to be tracked to include at minimum details of the physical condition, functionality, and cost requirement for the maintenance and repair of police stations. They don't want those things to track. Right? The level of corruption. Mr. Monroe Ellis said, without this knowledge, the JCF was unable to develop a structured routine in the work plan for its construction and repair program. Let us take that away and go to the panel.
Well,
Let us do it in the reverse this time. This time we are starting with melting pot. Melting pot. Based on the document that you have read. Right?
Yes.
Tell me your observation.
Well, the documents that was just read out, have a lot of flaws and discrepancy as it relates to Mr. Garfield Jones and the killing of Mr. Garfield Jones. Now, we all know that corruption has been the order of the day under this regime. And they will not stop at any length and breadth to get what they want as it relates to carrying out their corruption action. You understand? Now,
Yes.
when they know that they were being investigated by Mr. Garfield Jones, right? And that Bangarang would have, surfaced. They get rid of him. But look at the conflicting, report. He was driving with an assailant in his wagon, but men on foot walk up and shot him.
Would you pick up that?
Oh, that happened.
I gotta pick up that.
Critical thinker. I mean, I'm looking at the report, at the statement they put out.
Exactly.
How could that be possible? Which walk foot man could come up and them never state traffic jam or nothing? Come on. But then again, what they have done, they have used a PR spokesman as eyewitness giving a report on what took place, right?
Yeah.
Stating that yeah, it happened on a building construction site. The men came and were trying to ask for some form of extortion fee because they know that's one of the practices when it comes to building site. Yeah, but was refused and told that the building site was just a small construction going on, and you know, it was doing it for a family member. And
Yes.
they like did not want to hear that, and so they shot him dead in cold blood. And just to fabricate it, oh, it's a good man, he shouldn't end up like that. When you look through this is fabricated events being reported. You understand? The true sequence of event was not being reported. So this is something that, you know, similarize itself with Kevin Smith. Anytime a person have information and is about to spill them gut, them get rid of them. Because Kevin Smith was about to highlight a lot of things, you know, when know about the government, them get rid of him. This man was about to highlight a lot of discrepancies as it relates to spending the money within the Ministry of National Security.
Yes.
And that now has cost his life. Because, I mean, it is no rocket science, you know. When you hear of $176 billion being spent, the highest amount ever been spent by any government in Jamaica on security. But when you look at, you know, what is happening within the security aspect of Jamaica, you cannot see nowhere where $176 billion was invested, because number one, the cars them that the policemen have are some rundown vehicle. You look on the tire, them ball. Them ball. Yep. You understand, like a man will go get a skullhead trim. No bead, no depend them, no tread, you can't see no marking on the tire. Policemen have to push them and make video and show say this a part of them daily activity. Can't remember, you know, Agintay gone with a whole heap of money, you know, for some car ready to come in for the policemen, them, you know. And we know you're not about that. You understand? So this was part of the malpractices as it relates to the financing of the police force and where the money was going.
Yes.
These men always come out and, you know, make them budget presentation speech and, you know, quote some figure. But that's the figure where them set aside for chop. Little bit go and wash way down the stream, you know. But the majority of the money chopped before it even get to its intended destination, what it's supposed to do. So these are the problems we're having. And I mean, Dr. Crab must be held accountable because his ministry preside over this type of funding for the GCF. You understand? So, under no circumstance, I don't buy the report as it surrounds the death of Garfield Jones. What we know was something brutally and maliciously was carried out, as it was being an orchestrated move to get rid of him because of the information that he uncovered. You understand? So we are looking at a government once again that we see where their hands are in corruption, even against people of, you know, reputable profession that Jamaica needs so much. But remember them sacrifice even a policeman, you know, in a Kevin Smith saga, you know. That is how far these people will go. They will not stop short of their target. They will go all out because result is what they require. And their result must be prompt and precise, because that is why we are seeing Jamaica become like the capital for it killing. You understand? Because when a country embraces these type of, you know, brutal and gruesome act being carried out by civilian and civilian in the country, it shows you that corruption must be there at the day. Because what is fundamentally wrong is that none of these cases ever get solved. No one has been charged in 90% of these type of murder that we see. These are unsolved murders. And the reason for them being unsolved is because they are orchestrated by people from within the hierarchy who preside over Jamaica as it relates to the law. You understand? And national security. So when these men that carry out these atrocities, I mean, in the grapevine, most of it has been labeled that, even serving member from within the JCF.
Yes.
Some of them has been, sub to people from outside the JCF, but people who are a part of the corruption scheme, because, I mean, we have been told by WikiLeaks that Dr. Crab as a gang that is the leader of Stone Crusher gang.
Yes.
So I mean, him can get, any personnel from within Stone Crusher gang. I'm not saying that in this case it was one, but if you are Minister of National Security and you are affiliated to gang as WikiLeaks.
Hold on, Melting Pot. Let me correct something. Right, because earlier as it relates to someone asking for the date as it relates to the two documents that I shared. Right.
Yeah.
The Auditor General document was 2019, right? And the other document as it relates to the death of the gentleman was 2022. But what I had said as it relates to him investigating, right? The corruption has been there from God knows when, in terms of 2019, where the Auditor General was doing the internal audit. However, his alignment, right, in doing after, right, is showing you the discrepancies also what the Auditor General found. You understand what I'm saying? So the Auditor General, right, who had done their audit, their usual audit, right, in line when they brought forward to 2022, right, as it relates to the internal investigation by the auditor, right? It was totally in line in terms of the things that the Auditor General had discovered, right? And more serious things that he wanted to come out with, right? So some of the information, but we got, right, from, depending on the source, was in terms of what he was digging, and as a result of that lead up to his death, right? So let me just correct that. All right, go ahead, Melton.
Yes. So as we look further along the line, as I'm saying to you, it just goes to show how far these men in high office will go to eliminate people that will prove them to be corrupted people sitting in high office.
Yes.
Because that's what happened to this gentleman, Garfield Jones.
Yes.
And, as it relates now to the Auditor General, because Garfield Jones was the internal auditor, but now we find that the Auditor General has gone in and has seen the same graphic of disparity
as
it relates to the fund and how it's been.
Garfield James went in after and found the same similarities that the Auditor General had revealed.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Yeah. So we are seeing a framework that have similarity pattern.
Exactly.
You understand? So this is why we are under no illusion that some big connection, have them on them foot in this event. Because I mean, we know for a fact our building site running.
Yes.
The big man for the site, you're not going to just come kill him so because they make one request. Yeah, we know how gang thing, operate and how it proceed itself in a them case here. The only time you will find that is if these men were coming and getting the same answer over and over, then one day them are going to say, well, yeah. But they're not going to just come on the first occasion and eliminate it. Because the site is there and you will be back there, so they will come again. And they will ask. But we know this is a fabricated, statement what them put out as it relates to what took place on the day. Because how can the man inside of his wagon, and footman just walk up and murder him? And it said he was driving, was not just inside sitting down, he was driving his AD wagon.
Yes.
And he has a passenger alongside him. And someone on foot just walk up and shot him, kill him cold-blooded in the broad daylight. No, that don't fit. Because no footman can walk up and kill a motorist who is driving. If you did say the man the shooter upon a motorcycle, then it would have been more. It would have been plausible.
Yes.
But a footman cannot shoot a motorist. And the report said he was driving his AD wagon with a passenger sitting beside when a man walk up. Oh, that happened. But as we know, when you tell lie, it not come straight, it bend and there go. When it bend, that's where the loophole show up its ugly head. This is not a straight report. This is not accurate. This is fictitious. This is something that's been fabricated. Yeah? Because it can be ironic anytime the government come under eyes of scrutiny. We see where gunplay took place. It happened to the IC.
Yes.
Man, Evans, it happened to him. Get shot and briefcase, confiscated. Kevin Smith was about to spill him gut. Him gone. The man in the Evandale drugs bus, where categorically make reference to him not take the rap alone. Him go talk, him gone, and people silent. You understand? Barbara Gale was doing some report recently. She gone too. You understand? So we are look upon some sequence of events that has dawned upon the nation, Jamaica. And we are seeing that these events never took place under any other administration. Because previous administration was running close to transparency. I'm not going to say anything was never in occurrence, but not like this where the corruption rampant. What you are seeing now is work being done by people who are working in tandem with a corruption government that carry out some form of state killing and it and this place just gone crazy.
Exactly.
The place gone crazy. And it's the first we have seen Jamaica in this form of predicament. With all these people. Now even look at Usain Bolt architect. Just in the time when the SSL and Usain Bolt money. What happened to the architect for Usain Bolt?
Him gone.
Him gone. You understand? Because maybe he had something of serious consequence to the SSL saga that he was privy to. Because I don't know, because architect always involved in a real estate investment, So I don't know if Usain Bolt architect was the one who advised him to invest in the SSL. And because they know the intricacy of what happened, them just get rid of him. Because, that's the only way we can kind of put the jigsaw puzzle together. Because it can't be that ironic. You understand? So we are looking at Jamaica running like Uganda under Idi Amin. And that type of, civil society, let me say, emerging at Jamaica now. Where it's like, the citizen lives are at risk if you say anything against the regime. Because it look like we have a government at Jamaica. It look like it's a regime we have, because these are activities that regime, always involved in. So something fundamentally wrong with with security in Jamaica, and you have to lay that slowly and slowly at the feet of Dr. Crab. But I mean, Dr. Crab, as we, always mention the linkage with Dr. Crab and WikiLeaks. But then again, you look on the subconsciousness of the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, because Andrew Holness couldn't conscious and keep Dr. Crab, as the Minister of Security for Jamaica, when he's been linked to drugs trafficking, money laundering, organized crime. You understand? These are serious implications. Moreover, him cannot travel, so how your security expand? How you intertwine with the outside security? You understand? You need to feed off other country in your region or outside of your region. Big superpower country like America, Canada, UK. But the security minister cannot go there. Because him know if him step foot over them places, them grab him. So it's a criminal minister of security we have, And that's why we're seeing this high level of criminal activity being carried out in Jamaica. Because nobody, it seems like, does not have the democracy rights to speak out again. Everybody now has been, in fear to speak out because they know what the reprisal act from the government will be. So this is why we have so much hush-hush in Jamaica. And this is why even the media houses, most of them are under suppression from the government, This is why Big Mama Nationwide Station is a station where Andrew wants to use, because it intertwined with him corruption. So this is what we are having in Jamaica as a problem. The problem that Jamaica is facing now is being orchestrated by the regime. I'm not calling them a government. They are a regime that has no credibility and only have austerity and corruption as a part of their manifestation. You understand? This is what they give to the people. They haven't given anything else. So we need to get them going on their bike soon. You understand? Because as you rightly said, Byron, is the government gonna ask the rank and file men and women from the Jamaica Constable Force to give them their vote when they're not being looked after? I don't see it happening. And normally the police and the soldier are the first people who cast the vote. So right away we're gonna know, the mood. And we know the mood already. We know the mood already. So it's just a statement that the rank and file police them have to make now in order to tell this government who has suppressed their life for the past 9 years that enough is enough. And I yield back to a member of the panel.
All right, that being said, right, wonderful input there. Pastor Ricky, you're up.
Yes, sir. Well said, Melting Pot. Great observation to know that the man, Mr. Jones, was unalive while driving, which doesn't make no sense. Great observation. This government is running Jamaica like the mafia style, the Gambino family, the Al Capone style family, the mobster family, that if you cross them, you get eliminated. And I believe that Mr. Jones being unalive was premeditated, coordinated, and they decided to eliminate him. But what they forgot is that Miss Pamela Monroe, big up yourself, great job as an Auditor General, did the work before he went to scrutinize the books. If you look at what James wrote as they tried to transcribe the Auditor General report, is that the JCF has $152 billion stolen. I'm not gonna say outstanding. I'm not gonna say unaccounted for. I'm not gonna say missing. It was stolen. The law enforcement agency to protect and serve the people and to give assurances, $152 billion was missing. So you ask the question, should the rank and file vote for this? As Ambassador Andy said 2 nights ago, we're dealing with a transnational crime organization in the government of Jamaica. Should the rank and file vote for them and put them back in office? I doubt it pretty much. So $4.9 billion they say they spent in paying overtime, but the rank and file to date has not got that money. So is it the 4.9 billion? The question I would ask, is that a part of the 152 billion that was stolen? If the JCF cannot protect the purse, the budget for their agency, how can they protect the Jamaican people? How can they protect the seniors from being scammed? How can they protect supermarkets from robbers and the beryllium drivers from being hijacked and money stolen? As you mentioned, Kevin Smith and some others who they eliminated. Remember also Reverend Moore's story where they prefabricate the story. The fixer rented the camera and said, well, he drove his car over a precipice, came out of the car after plunging hundreds of feet down and got a rope and put it around his neck and threw it over a tree. Now, you think of someone who had bodily injured, that a car plunged over a precipice, but yet he can get out of the car. So they're criminals, but they're not smart criminals. They can't even lie if it was to save themselves. Because when we dissect all the stories they have given to the Jamaican people, we that are critical thinkers, investigators, analysts, can determine that things are not adding up to what they're proposing or what they're selling. So as you mentioned, Melting Pot, we have seen videos with police officers pushing vehicles because it broke down. We have seen videos of police officers don't have uniforms and shoes. Corporal Chairman Rowan James, you need to lock up some of those people in the high rank, in the high command, when you become the commissioner of police. And you need to demote many of them who never worked their way up through the ranks. And you need to transfer them over to Hutchinson and the National Minister of Security constituency and put them on traffic duty and take away their firearm. Just the way how they punish officers that doesn't comply with criminality and try to punish them. You need to apply the same discipline to them too. I'm talking about the high command. You need to demote them, put them on traffic duty, not to write tickets, but to direct traffic in the middle of an intersection with no firearm. These people don't deserve to lead. They don't deserve to protect. They don't deserve to serve. They're wearing badges and they dishonor the badge. They dishonor the oath that they've taken in the academy once they graduated to serve, to protect, to reassure. We have lost confidence and trust not only in the government, but also in the high command of the JCF. It's a corrupt organization. We're dealing with a corrupt organization, a culture of corruption in the Jamaica government, which include the high command. God bless the rank and file that are wearing their badge with honor. And any rank and file member who support this government have betrayed their fellow member that have not gotten their overtime pay, and Chairman Rowan James, Corporal Rowan James, who have been fighting with bravery, boldness, and courage to ensure that they get their partner draw. So anybody, I don't believe the rank and file is going to vote for this government because they didn't do that in the last local general election. And they're still grieving. I mean, they're still grieving from not getting their partner draw. So it's just sad to see that. Who can you trust? You can't trust the government. You can't trust the prime minister. You can't trust the high command. Who can you trust in Jamaica? It's a sad day, man. It's a dark day. I turn it back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, blessings. Solid input. Now we are going to get into the space of the economy, right? And remember, as it relates to again this government, right, telling people that the economy is doing good, the economy is up and running, unemployment is at the highest low ever since, right? The Jamaica Labour Party administration took over, right? All of this and all of that, right? The PR. But obviously, the reality is catching up on Andrew Holness as it relates to the PR will not help him anymore. Right? The situation is real. And so then Statin has to come out, right, and start to now state the true figures of what is happening to Jamaica. Now, and then let me say this, right, without no doubt, right, because the bind that Jamaica found itself in, right, as it relates to the economy. The primary factor of that is corruption.
Yes.
The primary factor. Because when you look at, regardless of what they want to say, right, in terms of $3 trillion unaccounted for, whether it's missing, whether it's stolen, whatever adjective they want to use and describe the situation. We are saying that, right, if that $3 trillion was able to be properly accounted for, Jamaica would be in a better position.
Definitely.
And and let me say this: when the People's National Party comes into power, right, to the fact that the People's National Party, right, is going to deal with checks and balance, that within itself, right, is going to bring some light back into the economy, right? Because you're not going to have nepotism where procurement rules being breached, right? Contract being awarded to friend, right? Billions of dollars being awarded to them and hardly any work done.
True.
Right? You are going to see that, okay, transparency, the level of transparency, right, is going to be activated. We are in the era of social media. Social media is going to hold the new government accountable as well.
Most
right?
definitely.
And so then, based on what you have seen transpiring right now, the fact of the matter, you have the situation as it relates to the major part of our problem, so to speak, is the level of corruption. The level of corruption. There is no vision in the Jamaica Labour Party government, right? Because number one, let us be reasonable here, right? What Andrew Holness administration had done, right, is the amount of money being borrowed from the IMF, right? And then it comes with austerity measures. But they have their minions on social media is saying that the Jamaica Labour Party administration has never borrowed any money from the IMF. Can you believe it, people? You just hear that what I'm saying? They have their minion. And let me tell you something. Me know when I play this, enough of our people, they are going to upset. They are going to say, Byron, you know better than that. But these are the little, you understand, narrative going out there. And for people who are not really abreast with current affairs, you understand? They may fall up, they may fall up prey of those narratives. Don't want to straighten that. You understand? Can you imagine? Right, that in spite of the amount of money being borrowed from the Jamaica Labour Party government, right, that is coming down the line with austerity measures. Because remember, you know, right, the economy has declined as it relates to going about 6 or 7 consecutive quarters.
Yes.
Right? That the economy is in decline.
Yeah, man.
And listen here. Look here. Listen this piece of, you understand? Listen to this. Unbelievable. Play this for me. Because we are going to get into the space of the economy, but I want people to hear it, what is out there. Listen to this. Listen to this piece of mess. No? No, you don't.
That's it.
Are you sure? I don't like it.
Banks more than they need to pay. JUTC run.
How them two dog shit there?
Yeah.
How them two dog shit there? Who them two dog vomit there? Them a who? Where Andrew Wilness and the government borrow money from? When? In the 8.5 years this government has been in power, they have never borrowed $1. Right? Never. Who them two drunk here? Who them two dead dog here? Eh?
They keep them out black with one.
Why you don't love spread rumor and propaganda and lies? Hey, you know what I say? Jamaica going to reach a stage one of this time, you see? Going to reach a stage where some serious shit are going to happen, you see? And people like who don't have to go run way. People like who don't have to go run way.
Take with this piece of dog mess.
But all him not fit to be a rasta, you know. I'm a rascal, you know.
Take away this piece of dog mess.
A rascal, that, you know, Byron. I'm Pastor Ricky. That is a rascal me I look on, you know.
Yeah, that's all they do is make tricks when they can't have the facts to present.
Exactly. Hear this piece of dog mess. That in 8.5 years that JLP in power, JLP never borrow any money from the IMF. The level of ignorance, you can't believe it. And as a result of his level of ignorance, he's now threatening. You understand that right? And Colin Bell, right? Time is going to come when them can't touch Jamaica because they are speaking the truth. Now, let me give him the truth. That means if this video run past him, we are going to show him the evidence that not only that, you understand, them just barely borrow. The Jamaica Labour Party administration, you understand, borrow more than the People's National Party.
Them heavily borrowed, man.
Heavily borrow and put Jamaica, right, under the austerity measures. Just imagine, just hear that. Hear that coming from that piece of mess, that piece of unlearned mess. Now, let me without any delay, let's do the correcting behavior and show him the evidence. How Jamaica Labour Party love to borrow from the IMF and them not stop borrow. They believe that borrowing from the IMF is a good thing. And that is one of the reasons why, you understand, Nigel Clark, you understand the IMF creep up Nigel Clark. Without any delay, let us get into the IMF executive board that approves $968 million US dollars for the Jamaica Labour Party government. We could just show the facts. Right? Let us show the facts before we move on. Let us show the facts before we move on. Unbelievable. Now, what is this? Come here, Mr. Rusty. What is this? IMF Executive Board approves $968 million under the precautionary, $968 million US under the precautionary and liquidity line, and US $764 million under the resilience and sustainability facility for Jamaica. Let us create the idiot here.
IMF Executive Board approves $968 million under the precautionary and liquidity line and $764 million under the resilient sustainability. March 2, 2023. The Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund approved a 24-month arrangement under the Precautionary and Liquidity Line (PLL) in the amount of $968. The Executive Board also approved $764 million under the newly created Resilience and Sustainability Facility (RSF). The 24-month arrangements will provide insurance against global risks and strengthen physical and fiscal resilience to climate change, advance decarbonization of the economy, and manage transition risks. Washington, D.C. The Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund (IMF) approved a 24-month arrangement under the Precautionary and Liquidity Line (PLL) with access of $968 million, 190% of quota, to provide insurance against risks from higher commodity prices, a global slowdown, tighter than envisaged global financial conditions, and new COVID outbreaks. The Executive Board also approved an arrangement under the Resilience and Sustainability Facility (RSF) for US $1,000,000% of quota to strengthen physical and fiscal resilience to climate change, advance decarbonization of the economy, and manage transition risks. The RSF is expected to catalyze funding for climate priorities from other official lenders and the private sector. Over the past few years, Jamaica has been buffeted by a difficult global environment, from COVID, the war in Ukraine, and the ongoing tightening of global financial conditions. Supported by sound policy frameworks and policies prioritizing macroeconomic stability, the economy is now recovering strongly. As COVID waned, tourism has rebounded to pre-crisis levels, and 2022 real GDP growth is expected to be around 4%. Public debt is on a downward trajectory, and the overall fiscal balance is in line with the medium-term fiscal framework. Pushed by global factors, in particular the impact of the war in
I added up the numbers. It's 1,732,000,000.
So hold on. Make it show him say a March 3rd, 2023 now. So I want to know if the PNP in power March 3rd, 2023. If it is the PNP administration in power March 3rd, 2023, or the Jamaica Labour Party in power. These are the dunce. You understand the bag of garbage. You understand that on social media. And this is one of the reasons why Jamaica Labour Party plummeting in the poll. Because if you have people like these, right, saying that they are defending the Jamaica Labour Party, defend Jamaica Labour Party with lies and foolishness, and garbage.
No, this is one of the sperm where Andrew will I work with him, you know.
A
sperm whale that. You know, we are not sensitive to, literacy, I just saw them go off and eat the ocean.
Sir Byron,
yeah.
and Melting Pot. The numbers that they just quote in March 2023 adds up to be US $1,732,000,000 the Jamaica government borrowed last year.
Just look at that.
I mean, year before
last year.
And that is only last year.
That is just a portion of what they borrowed.
Right? That is just a portion, a small portion of what they borrowed. You understand? Trust me. So, and that is why Jamaica and them sort of austerity measure. No, let us get into the business now and show them. Now, without any delay, bring up this document. Andrew Holness bragging about a strong economy. Now look at the economy today. Look at the economy today. Look at the economy today. Here is Andrew Holness brags in Parliament with strong economy and all of this and all of that. Right? They're clueless about the economy.
Prime Minister, my job is to ensure that all your concerns are addressed, that the government is working in an instrumental way to address all of these challenges in meaningful ways. Before the government can do anything else, we must fix our economy. This school is probably over 200 years old, I'm told. We are benefiting from an institution which was built by others generations before, and we continue to benefit from it. That is the ultimate definition of an investment. The government has to continue to invest in education. How do we do that? Well, this process of investment can only be supported when we have a strong, robust economy. And a part of that strong, robust economy is how the government manages your funds as taxpayers. And I don't believe there is anyone who could genuinely level a criticism at the government about how we have managed your resources from a fiscal perspective. We have managed public expenditure, we have managed public revenues in such a way as to deliver the services that you need and make the investments without borrowing, but more importantly, without placing any additional taxes on you. That's a fundamental shift, indeed, a profound improvement in how your financial affairs were handled before.
Now, people. Now, people. Let me just take a little portion of what Andrew Holness spoke about. That to have a strong economy, right, you have to invest in education. Why he spoke that and that is true, it is Andrew Holness' administration that damaged our education. It's Andrew Holness, as a matter of fact, the history of the Jamaica Labour Party is saying to us on the record in the history book, is saying that the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right, had robbed from the Ministry of Education more than 6 times.
Yeah.
More than 6 times. And included, you understand, as it relates to rural Reed, right, had done the same thing with education. And here is Andrew Holness. That's why I said, people, that this man, right, is 110% pure evil. Now, let me make him friend Big Mama tell him the truth. We are going to make him friend Big Mama talk to him. So talk to him, Big Mama. Talk to Andrew Holness.
The man the year
talk to Andrew Holness, Big Mama. We are going to make Big Mama talk to him.
So the growth we have been having has come to an end. It is now decline. That's where we're into now. And as you heard from Dr. Henry there, for calendar year 2024, we are going to end the year poorer than how we started it collectively in terms of our output of goods and services. Not good. And therefore, making the connection, the Prime Minister would have been aware of this. He would have been aware of this, or ought to have been aware of this. Hence, what we heard from him on Tuesday, because he would have known that, listen, the economy has stopped growing. It is now declining. Hence, what he told.
All right. Now, let us flip the coin again. Now, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah.
Big Mama, right? told Andrew, said, look here, just stop the brags in and talk about the economy. The general election is coming. Let me tell you what Big Mama is telling you. The general election is right around the corner. You cannot speak about the economy.
Right.
Because you're failed. You're a failure.
Yeah.
Right? The economy has been declined by 3.5%. So under no circumstances, Andrew Holness, that you can campaign about the economy. You're a failure. So to the fact that Andrew Holness knows say no, he can campaign about the economy, right? Because Statin beat him and Big Mama beat him. What Andrew Holness is doing now is telling now the gazetting officers, say, listen, man, when you cook the books from the crime rate now, from the number 3 rate now, you understand? So at least we have something to sell. So that we can tell the people them say, you understand? We only have 1,139 and we reduce the crime by 20%. Another lie again. Another lie again. Andrew Holness cannot campaign on the road infrastructures because you know a peer carpet that. Because Andrew Holness came out and told the Jamaican people that, listen, when we are building roads, we build road to last for a generation upon generation. But obviously, what we have seen that they are building, right, are carpets, right? And so then when them spread the carpet, I mean, a torrential downpour, the entire road, the carpet where them spread, gone straight into the river. Now, these are the things that are happening to Andrew Holness-led administration because he's wicked, he's evil, he's corrupt. You understand? So, Pastor Ricky, what you have to say?
Sir Ratigan, my general, says every Saturday that Jamaica is rich with content. This government has given us so much to talk about in a 24-hour news cycle. It's overwhelming sometimes. On the index of corruption, the World Index of Corruption Nations, Jamaica is ranked number 44, and the threshold of 50, all the nations that have 50 points or less is the most corrupt country in the world, and Jamaica is 44. Prior to Comrade Leader Mark Golding writing the corruption bill that was passed in Parliament in 2017, Jamaica had ranked 39 in the world, but they bump up 5 points to 44, which is still below the threshold of 50 points, which still makes Jamaica a corrupt country. And that's the land of our birth. We feel bad about it, but we have to tell the truth. As it relates to him talking about education and the school that was built 200 years ago, there is no institution in the last 9 wasted years of the Jamaica Labour Party that this government has created. No institution, no schools, universities, training centers, nothing to help build education to get the economy to be robust. Talk about 4% growth. They have never grown the economy to 4%. That was just one of their imaginary, delusional mindset that they throw in their PR stunts. As it relates to the economy, well, let's go back to last year, 2024. So the economy has been showing signs of declining from the first period of fiscal year 2024, which is the period that covers from January 1st to March 31st, that the economy declined from the previous quarter to 1.9%. Then the second quarter of fiscal year 2024 last year, the economy declined from 1.9% from the period that's from April 1st to June 30th to 0.01%. Flat line, no growth, nothing, down on life support. That was the period before burial. So them can't come and say a burial make the economy is in a recession. We debunking that right now. Everybody go back to the second period last year that ended June 30th, 3 days before Beryl came, because Beryl came July the 3rd. And the period ending June 30th, economy flatline 0.01%. And that's a decline from the first period of 1.9%. Then the period now that covers Beryl, which is from July 1st, because Beryl came July 3rd, July 1st to September 30th, the economy shrank, declined, or crashed to a 2.8 minus growth. Well, let me revise that, because the Statistical Institute of Jamaica now revised it this week. It came out to be 3.5%, bigger than what we all had heard before. And these are Bank of Jamaica, BOJ, Staten, Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ. These are all government agency that can't manipulate the numbers like him do the unemployment rate. Well, them they even complete the census. So how do you know unemployed? His rate is really 3.6%. Like them do the crime rate, or they manipulated and deflated to say 19% decrease in crime. But they can't manipulate this the economy from Beryl from July 1st to September 30th. So a big dip in the economy. Nothing grew in the third quarter. They literally crashed. So that's 3.5%. Now the fourth period of last year that ended 3 days ago, December 31st, which was what? Tuesday. That number will be out in about another week or two, and they're projecting, Bank of Jamaica, Planning Institute have projected that there will be another decline in the economy from 0% to maybe 2.5%. So really and truly, as many economists say, even in America, when you have no growth, slow growth, or declining growth for more than 3 quarters of the same year, the economy is in a recession. Now, the prime minister came out and says, well, I want to, like he might try preempt the numbers that is about to come out in another week or two for the fourth quarter. He must say his government is working, and they understand the economical pains. He used the word economical pains for the first time in his being a prime minister. Prior to that, he was bragging. There's the statistic, right? Prior to that, he was bragging, boasting about this robust economy, that Jamaica, as the only Caribbean country that has rebounded from COVID, and we have the strongest economy in the Caribbean. And then that was in 2023. And then last year, the clip you just showed from 2024, he was talking about the economy is under good management, and he might do it for the people them. And also good management of the economy said can nyam, which is ludicrous. Now we're finding out the truth. When you lift up the hood of the car, a good mechanic can go into the hood and start seeing the problem. And that's what many investigators and true economists has been saying. They have been sounding the alarm to the Jamaica people that hard economical times are ahead. One way the government can help come through this economy season is to recession season is to borrow money from the IMF, which we just add up the figures for 2023, $1.7 billion already they borrowed in 2023 from the IMF. So they can borrow, they can cut spending or of government programs and services, and they can raise taxes. Those are the 3 options they have. Now, the budget for this year is almost dwindled, and they have no money left in the budget. Jamaica is broke as we're speaking right now. They're waiting on the new budget to come out that is going to be debated in Parliament March of this year, 2025. So I can foresee more roads that they couldn't fix and other services that they couldn't provide, that if they don't borrow any further money, then those things will be on hold for another we're in January, for another 3 months. And it's a sad day. So it means hard economical times are ahead. The prime minister need to come out and level and be truthful, be candid, be honest, be contrite, be humble, and tell the Jamaican people the truth. We are in some hard chartered economical territory right now. You need to fasten your seatbelt. You need to listen. One last point. In 2008 in America, when the economy tanked and the housing bubble burst, President Bush at the time was about to remit office, and he had to call a press conference in the White House briefing room, or was it in the Rose Garden or one of those places? I forgot where it was, in the White House. But he leveled with the American people, and he told the American people the truth. Nobody wanted to hear that, and we know that was his last term in office. He was about to exit, and when President Obama won in the same year, November, his State of the Union, first State of the Union in January 2009, or was it in February? One of those months. But they always have a State of Union right after they're sworn in. I think it was January, the last week in January. He had to tell the people that, listen, here's my plan, here's my vision to get us through and he saved the economy from collapsing. So people like truth. People embrace truth. People want to hear truth. People are searching for truth. This is why social media has blown up, because people are hungry for truth. People all over the diaspora, Europe, North America, Canada, England, Caribbean islands, everybody now is on social media trying to hear what's happening, because we're giving them true information in real time. And so him censoring the traditional media, and they can't tell the truth. And if they tell the truth and threaten them with lawsuit, is damaging traditional media. And so he needs to come out and level with the people and tell them the truth, that the Jamaica economy has crashed. We're in a recession. Give the plan, the strategy, the vision. If you stay in power for, I guess, Sir Byron, you said election is soon, so I don't know if he's probably going to, but tell the truth, because what he's going to do when his government get into opposition, last point, he's going to make it look like the People's National Party is responsible. And this is why Comrade Leader Mark Golden, GenSec, and every MP needs to talk to their divisions and constituencies and get the message out that Jamaica is in a recession. You can't sugarcoat it, because once the People's National Party take the realm of government, he's going to do like what he did Mama P. He's going to be on the outside trying to undermine the first term of Comrade Leader Mark Golden.
No, hold on, Pastor Ricky. I think you get that one wrong, because when the People's National Party win, right, we are going to make sure that he's not strong in our opposition. He's supposed to prepare for the judiciary. We don't have no time to push the People's National Party government.
Right. You mean not president. Thank you. I have to be correct, because I'm always.
We're not going to give him that time.
Right.
You understand, in terms of him opposing, right? He's supposed to be busy dealing with the judiciary process.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they did to Trump. Trump didn't have no time to come against Biden in his first term. Trump was busy, getting indictments and taking mug shots, fingerprints.
But that is what we are going to. Yes.
Right. So
we are not going to allow him, you understand, to be in a strong opposition. No, he has to answer. He has to answer for the pressure of what he calls Jamaican people.
Right. So my final point is that the People's National Party now, I think we have a meeting this Sunday coming up. We have to level with the people and tell the people the truth, so we can have the people expecting that listen, when we take the role of the reins of government, give us some time. They have to do a forensic audit to all 19 government agencies, like in the first 100 days.
Very good.
Present the truth and the facts to the people and ask the people for patience so that if once the people know the truth, then we'll work with you. But you see, when you lie and hide the truth from the people, are you them are gonna blame? Them are gonna hold you account. And it's not fair to the People's National Party because this do-nothing government has no accomplishments. They're bloggers. They can't even articulate what the prime minister accomplishments are. They can't say what he has done. Nothing. And so when they get on these blogs on TikTok and other social media platforms, the only thing, like you just played in the video, them resort to threatening people and cussing people and telling them about their mother and blah blah blah. But that's all they're good for, because the government have 9 wasted years of unaccomplishments, and it's a sad time that they were able to last that long to even wreck the economy. I turn it back over to you. Thank you.
All right. Well said. Well said, Pastor Ricky. There, I love those what you call short rib punches, those short upper right. Okay. So Melting Pot, you're in the space. Come in, Melting Pot.
I have to come and endorse what Pastor Ricky just said.
Yes.
And I also have to, give Big Mama a thumbs up to let Andrew know, say the economy stop grow.
Yeah.
You understand? It stop grow.
Well, him know him not chubby in a $65 million not back tax. Him not say him have to start act like him a support, but we know him not support.
We know him not supporting us. But when Big Mama, I have to drop the hammer upon Andrew and make him know, say, look, you what, man? Stop your foolishness, man. The economy stop growing. That is, something that surprised everyone. But as Pastor Ricky said, I pressure Big Mama come on. Because this 65 million, him know when Mark G step in at the hot seat,
You have to pay it.
have to pay it. And if him not pay it, him know say a prison time,
There you go.
You understand? Yeah. So when we look on the whole spectrum, at the economy, and the economy, collapsing to the extent where, we see it now in our recession. It is down to report that starting just recently, have to come out and just make the people know, so well, you what now? And a really 2.8% in our 3.5. Because when you look on goods producing industry, down by 7.2%. Mining industry, down by 17.4%. Agriculture, down by 12.5%. Service industries, down by 2.2%. Construction, down by 3.3%. Manufacture industry, down by 4%. Wholesale and retail, down by 3%. Electricity and water, down by 5.8%. Producers of government service, down by 0.5%. Hotel and restaurant, down by 6.2%. Real estate investment, that down by financing and business, down by 3.2%. And other service, down by 6.5%. The only sector that showed any semblance of growth was transport service and communication, a growth of 2.5%. I don't want to look on finance and insurance service because that down by 0.8%. So, say it's a negativity throughout all the various sectors that, comprise the GDP.
Boy, this bad Melting Pot. Really terrible for Jamaica.
This is disastrous. This is disastrous. But a couple months prior, Nigel Clark was lying to everyone in Jamaica. How the economy is in such a good, vibrant state of, health. You understand? So when you have bloggers coming out and saying over the 9 years, Andrew government no borrow nothing. These are why we know these are not real people, them are sperm whale. Underwater them live. And the only thing them can hear is just a sound of the wave.
Crazy.
You understand? Very crazy. And, that individual should be ashamed of himself because it shows that he's a progeny of Bustamante. He's one of them people who prefer selfish more than education. You understand? If you're a big man, him dunce more than bat. You understand? But these are the same people Andrew Holness have, using them as PR, film social media brand. But the type of platform where we assemble, we are not really social media band. As Andrew Holness them relate for them thing to be social media warrior. We are social media investigative journalists.
Yes.
Who find facts and creditable facts to come out and present to the people. Who take time out of their busy schedule to be educated as it relates to Jamaica and what is happening in Jamaica. Because these are the platforms that bring to the people wealth of knowledge and transparency in reporting. We don't report tabloids. We have to have the facts.
Amen.
And the facts will always stand up predominant against corruption and falsified information. So in our space, we are looking at a government that is on their knees. Worse than when Portia did go to IMF to beg them to even give you a listening ears. This government, boy, them a crawl upon them backside right now. You understand? Them knee too good. Them flatter than them knee, because if you go down by your knee, you can have a little uprightness, And them backside, them up on a crawl right now. And I know the people listening and tuning in tonight know the narrative I'm trying to, put out there. They are flat. Because right now, I don't think IMF even want to entertain this government thought of coming in to look borrow, If you look at bailout, Because IMF have seen where this government is a dilapidated government. It's a rogue government. IMF by now has heard the narrative about chopper government where them never hear nowhere else in the world. It's only Jamaica make IMF know say you can have a chopper government,
Yes, Martin, but
you understand?
Yeah.
Only this government make IMF know that. Because this government, them worse than the cane farmer them when them go to Canada for chop cane, Cane farmer can't chop like this your government, man. This your government chop left, right, and center,
Hey, that makes Siaga look like a baby when it comes to chop.
Oh God, man. Siaga was an apprentice to Andrew Holness, man. Apprentice to Andrew Holness.
Perfected from Siaga.
And him perfect the game from Siaga, but he makes Siaga look like him now try. This man take chopping to professor status,
Yeah.
No one time did run go to Delaware go look at doctorate.
Yeah.
You understand?
There's a PhD for chopping.
PhD for chopping. You understand? So I don't understand, why Andrew Holness still stick around. Because there's no way Andrew Holness can turn that he will find a way to wriggle out of this problem that he find himself in. Because you see a thief that don't know when to stop thief, and don't know when him craft full, is a thief that you will catch him asleep. Time bell. I catch and you when he's asleep, you know.
Catch him flat-footed.
Catch him flat-footed. You understand? And right now, it look like him upset all Big Mama. Because Big Mama have to make him know categorically, said the economy stop grow, it dead.
And you hear him say it's slow.
Right.
The point.
You understand? Because, I mean, I know Big Mama try to use a narrative where they have to kind of, you know, stimulate the mind of the voters, them. The one them where them know like the money, the 5,000, where them come out and say the government sitting on a mountain of cash. That was a PR for make people think, boy, when election coming up, around the Green Army, me are going to look at them sit down for a mountain of cash. But it's not the government, it's Andrew Wallen sit on a mountain of cash from Jamaica taxpayers.
3 billion.
You understand me?
3 trillion, sorry.
Yes. Because remember, you know, we only take 473 million around 2-3 accounts, you know. But him have 28 accounts. So if we should ever get a peep into the next 25, my God.
Well, and the offshore one, them we don't know
about. You understand? So we are here telling the Jamaican people who are going through this hard time of oppression and suppression that think wisely. This year is the year of decision in the landscape of Jamaica politics. There will never be an election that carry the level of importance as this 2025 election. Because Jamaican electorate cannot make a mistake of even allowing this GLP government to have a strong opposition. Because I want this government and this party to be eradicated out of Jamaica politics. There must be a new opposition to challenge the PMP.
Agreed.
When the next election is due after 2025. Because this government has no rights to ever come back in a politics after them get defeated. Because remember, you know, we see where they have been using a blueprint that was crafted by Siago and the CIA. They have never let go of that blueprint. Because if they had done so, then Michael Joshua Manley word wouldn't stand where him say they are the cliques and the GLP is the yo-yo.
Indeed.
You understand?
Indeed.
For it to be still in existence, it shows that I haven't relinquished that blueprint that Siaga and the CIA crafted from back in the 70s.
So true.
So it's a government that has always presided over corruption. It's a government that has never had any initiative or any plan to grow the local economy. It's a government that always prided itself on destroying the previous administration growth. Because by destroying that, what you do, you leave them with a burden to rebuild back. And then you come in the first phase of that new administration tenure and start to PR about them underperforming. But we are here now to let the Jamaican electorate and even the young one who are not eligible to vote as yet, but a sense to understand what we are saying, right? That you have to allow the People's National Party to build a foundation to take Jamaica on the next journey and the next successful path that will grow the economy. It won't be a quick fix. A lot of hard work will have to be done because the country has been wrecked. The country has been in a state over the past 9 years The country hasn't seen any sign of growth. It has seen waves of destruction. And so time must be granted and given to the People's National Party to build back the country. And for Jamaica to rise and for Jamaicans to reap the benefit of the People's National Party, it's going to take more than one term. But you will see the direction that the country will be moving towards, because growth is on the table of the People's National Party. Because we know for a fact that if it wasn't for the People's National Party, Jamaica would be worse than Haiti today.
Long time.
You understand? It's the only party that has grown the economy. It's the only party that has brought any form of prosperity to the Jamaican people, the ordinary ones. You understand? It's the only party that will make sure that the country start to look up north rather than south, where the GLP party seems always to want to plunge the country down south. So we have to be careful, you know, as to how, when the People's National Party took office, we can't make our ego get the better of us. Because if we do that, then another conman party will rise up and con you again and telling about sleep with door and windows working. Telling about big new electricity company will come and make we have cheaper electricity. Telling us say we easier to get killed by a gunshot than by a bus. Telling us say have the solution for crime. And when do? Him leave all out behind. Him charge high exorbitant amount of money in a pandemic for mass. Him take away all the European funding, the Asian funding, and the American funding and the Canadian funding will come to give to the people as a beneficial package because of the COVID situation. Those money was never been, you know, dispersed through the various communities to benefit the people. Those money went into some of the bank account that we're looking at, some of the 28. That's where those money end up. And we see even one of him followers, him minions, look like he was celebrating some of that money and no movement days. The amount of bottle of champagne and lobster and all these things and party going on and people not observing the protocol of, you know, the space between each other. You understand? No mask on their face. They were clustered up and sweating amongst each others. You understand? And when you look what the corrupt government done, what the corrupt commissioner has done, when he saw the video, he said that in, you know, that video is like it don't, you know, bear the significant validity of what he saw. He had to get one from the hotel, but the hotel is refusing. Now, that was something that, you know, it irritated me, you know. And I'm not a man that easily get irritated, you know. But that did irritate me because, I mean, a video is a video.
Exactly.
You understand? And I don't know why you want to see the hotel video as if it will show you something different. Because we're not talking about whether it's a hotel or it's on a cruise ship or something of that sort, you know. What we are talking about is we are hearing fly green, not flight green. Fly green. Making reference of no movement day. So he identified the day. And he was calling on all shower posse, labor right. So what more you want? What are the narrative?
Exactly.
You understand? But corruption took over. Yeah? And the lesson that the ordinary citizen has to learn is that there's one law for the big men and a separate law for you, the people, coming out of these little nook and cranny corner that we call ghetto. So what we will do, we will hold the ghetto people accountable and we let the big man go scotch-free. Because remember, Tough Tongue did I break the protocol too, you know.
Yeah.
Him hold up man a road after hours, you know, with rope, tie them up, take with them contraband. But nobody hear what happened to the contraband. Nobody hear what happened to these men. Nobody hear no report where they were from. What was their real mission. Yeah. And we see other man, I do it. We see Queenie, a Wolaba, a disrespect law enforcement officer. You understand? Nothing happened. So it's just a system. Even the Prime Minister seemed like he was well and truly out and about conducting business.
Oh, yes. Oh, they are following the Prime Minister footstep.
Well, I don't know if him a follow for them footstep, but you're following each other footstep.
Remember, now, between the period 2020 to 2023, right? In 2020, the COVID-19 was at its peak, and the Prime Minister was busy pulling through $470 million, right? Yes. Through various accounts.
Opening all bank account with no money.
Exactly.
All these various activity matter a wheel of a time.
Yeah, starting some dummy companies.
Exactly. Without
when we look on the whole, you know, fiasco that preside over the Jamaica Labour Party, it's a fiasco that has no resemblance anywhere else in the world, you know.
No.
Because no other country charge the people for mass, you know. And other country, if anyone broke the protocol, you know, that was in place as it related to Boris Johnson and other members, yeah, they lose the job. Exactly. And I mean, Boris Johnson is far more of substance, right, than a Floyd Green. Because Boris Johnson is the Prime Minister for a country with over 70 million people.
Yeah.
Who has a stronger economy that him preside over. So if UK can, you know, move Boris Johnson from the office of Prime Minister, why couldn't Andrew Holness move Floyd Green? You understand? Why Tough Tongue get away when he broke the protocol? Why Queenie get away? You understand? So you see, say Andrew Holness has no substance and him not have no moral and him not qualified to be the Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Exactly.
As far as I'm concerned, him desecrate the office. Him desecrate the Prime Minister office because him not uphold no former standard as a Prime Minister. Him loose. You understand? Him coming like a man where you have him good job, but you know, and him good wife, but him end up a back road when night come. And that's type of Prime Minister them see Andrew Holness as, you know. A very loose, erratic Prime Minister. Was always foul of the law.
Oh, you talk melting pot. The girls and bubblegum.
Him same one. Then around them could have go get. Around them could have girl with bubblegum, you know.
And him a baby father too.
And him a baby father, so you know him have to run back road, you know.
Girl them bubblegum and the best baby father.
Yeah, him have to run at them places can't miss him.
Jeez.
Remember Andrew, they are a place where, you know, some derogative word as it relates to him body parts, you know, and him laugh.
And
it's a skettle leader.
And this is the
Andrew Holness is a skettle leader.
This is the girls and voice.
Yes, him is a, you understand.
This is
you understand. Andrew Holness is a skettle leader. And his wife is a skettle wife too, because me see she cock up her green clocks and make man a rub it off and the whole her leg high up, you know, over the man head, you know. So you know it's a skettle couple.
And then wipe off the lipstick.
Yeah, them look at thing there, you know. Come on, man. Jamaican, we need to get rid of this piece of garbage, man.
All right.
We have to get rid of him, because if we don't get rid of him, you know, remember me telling you, you know. We have go down in the quicksand. We have go down in it's a quicksand, a sucking. Jamaica sucked in by a quicksand, you know. We just watch it slowly, it disintegrate, you know. Till you can't, you not go see Jamaica again, you know. And we have mass exodus out of Jamaica because me sure know say when a country is in turmoil, you have to have an exodus, as Bob Marley say, movements of your people. Your people now go stay around there, so. I'm have to go move. Yeah? But where else we can find the blessed golden sunshine? Right now, see me have to go draft my coat, yeah. Because of freezing temperature we have, even though I'm eating on, we still have to put on my coat. You understand? Because it gets so low, almost -0 right now.
Exactly.
Me don't want this. Would I rather be in a Jamaica and enjoy a nice, you know, relaxing temperature. But what's the point?
Exactly.
What's the point?
My God.
Me have to stay and do the work and clean up Jamaica, man. So me I ask the people, let me know. Get to nothing in order, you know. Yeah? Be ready for the challenge. Because this year are the year of decision.
Let's say you're -0.
Almost.
We are -16 right now. Look there. -6.
It was -20.
All right. Yeah,
Minus
man.
I couldn't even get the sense up on my vehicle to lock the door. Me use the key.
All right.
So
Well
that's
said.
the thing there, you know. So
Yeah.
you know, the People's National Party, yeah, get the machine in order because news coming out of the grapevine is that February will be the election.
Will be the election.
Yeah,
Right.
and them want to surprise you guys, you know, and catch you off guard. But we are here to make sure no well aware what's going on.
All
and
right.
get on the P on the queue. And I yield back to another panel member.
Rightly so, Melting Pot, and that is why we are disseminating the information to ensure that all the PNP candidates ready and prepared, right? In terms of, you know, that means if the general election is indeed February, you are ready, doing the necessary canvassing and so forth and so forth.
Yes.
Right now, let's get to the heart and show Jamaica as it relates to the viciousness of Andrew Holness and how cruel as a prime minister he is. A prime minister that doesn't have one care for Jamaican people. Right? The next 3 clips that I'm going to present is just going to show, right, the entire Jamaica, both local and in the diaspora, right, who Andrew Holness is. Now, let me just explain something. Here we are, where our economy, right, declined at 3.5%, right? But prior to this sort of decline, we have the Nigel Clark who's spreading the lie, right, creating a narrative as if the economy is doing good and so forth and so forth. Now, remember, it is just a pattern of Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to propaganda, right? So there's nothing new there, right? And I mean, there's no surprise in terms of the amount of lies that they're told. All of that. There you have Andrew Holness, you understand, who propagandize the People's National Party as it relates to FinSAP, when it is really and truly Jamaica Labour Party who are damaged, right, Jamaica as it relates to the 1995 financial meltdown. I show a perfect example of that, right? Now, Andrew Holness is saying to Jamaican people that you can't vote for a government who are the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. You understand? In making reference of FinSAP. And at the same time, here is Andrew Holness today, now in SSL, with the very same persons who caused the financial meltdown. Can you imagine, people? Can you imagine? The very same Andrew Holness is now running with Hugh Kraskeri in SSL. And where Hugh Kraskeri, you understand, had run with Paul Chenyon in the 90s, hiding 19 properties, whole for thieving, whole for pilfering, and come back now in SSL, right? So go to show you how vicious Andrew Holness is. But let us get to the real viciousness. Now, as it relates to the economy, right? When we talk about manufacturing, right, we know that high energy costs, right, sort of weaken Jamaica capacity, capability in terms of doing manufacturing, right? Because of the high energy costs. It is expensive to manufacture, right? And so then we have to go solar, right, if we want to get that done, right? But does Andrew Holness believe in that? No, Andrew Holness doesn't believe in that. When Andrew Holness is in opposition, Andrew Holness speak about solar, tell you that is the way to go. But when he's in power, as a matter of fact, the wickedness that Andrew Holness had done, you know, had tell the Jamaican people when he campaigned in 2015, right, that he's going to bring in the high, right, electricity company with
no
big,
man, no,
the
big
yes
electricity company them to come to Jamaica.
Yes, so that
exact word.
So that it drives down the cost of electricity and where people can pay cheaper. Now, let me show you something. And this is the crux of the matter in terms of people need to understand who is Andrew Holness. Regardless of his promising that he's coming out and all of that, you understand his Spark program. His Spark program is a failure. Careless failure. Now, let us look at this. Let us look at this. Let us bring up Andrew Holness making his usual promise.
This one you want?
Yes. And brought forward to now the same thing Andrew Holness is doing. Same thing, no different. Andrew Holness doesn't change.
Things that I know affecting whole heap of people in Jamaica is the high electricity bill. When the PMP come into power, them say them go and bring down electricity costs. What has happened since? Electricity costs keep rising. They promised that by 2016 they would have made the JPS more efficient with more efficient plants. That not going to happen till another 2 years. And before you know it, it will be another 3 or 4 years before them actually do it. The Labour Party will make sure that we put in place more efficient electricity generated plants to bring down the cost of electricity to you. I don't like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plant. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
Now,
My
people,
God.
Now, people, Andrew Holness don't like to make promise. He made commitment. And for now, as it relates to the Sparks program, right, he's not making any promise. It's pure commitment he's making. I have to stay away. That's why I have to warn the Jamaican people to please stay away from Andrew Holness' commitment. That's all I have to say. Please stay away from Andrew Holness' commitment. Now, just imagine that Andrew Holness said that. Many other things he said it. And within his 100 days promise, not one single thing that he promised in his 100 days in office has come true. So now here we are today, facing a general election. Let us brought forward back to 2015, 2016, when Andrew Holness was hot on the campaign trail. The amount of promises that Andrew Holness made, none being delivered. When Andrew Holness went into power, not only that he failed on his promising, but his action, what he had done against the poor people. Knowing to the fact that the poor people at the time was suffering from the high electricity bill. However, during the PNP time, the PNP have an umbrella protection for usage what as it relates to the amount of wattage being used, and there was a protection. Now remember, now it is Andrew Holness in 2015, 2016 said he's going to bring big power plant to bring down the cost of energy. Now when Andrew Holness went into power, he never wait, right? The next following year, the following year, 2017, people, look what Andrew Holness done. And yet it is the same Andrew Holness. Meanwhile, he's wicked, he's doing cruelty to the people. It is the same Andrew Holness going in Parliament and saying this. Let me tell you what Andrew Holness is saying. No one can say that within the 9 years that this Jamaica Labour Party administration had put on any new tax. This Jamaica Labour Party administration had not put on any new tax for the Jamaican people. Now, what Andrew Holness is not telling the people, you know, he's not telling the people that indeed what the strategy that Andrew Holness had used, right, was preserve direct tax as it relates to PAY, your NIS, right? Preserve those. But special consumption tax, indirect tax is what Andrew Holness killed the nation with. And some people, in terms of their common sense, is not saying to themselves that, then hold on. Oh, Andrew Holness said, right, he's not raising any new tax. But when Portia Simpson government was in power, then why Portia Simpson budget was $600 billion? And why Andrew Holness budget is $1.3 trillion? Why? Simple mathematics. Because definitely, right, the utilization of taxes, right, which is over the Jamaican people. Now let us prove the evidence. We have the evidence. Get into the evidence on it. Let us bring up the document and show the people and where Ardley Shaw signed off, right, on the special consumption tax that Andrew Holness used to hold down the Jamaican people and suffer them. Let us look into it. Here it is. Right? Ministry paper, this is now out of the Ministry of Education, of Finance. Finance, Ministry of Finance. Ministry paper 1717, Revenue Measures for Financial Year 2017. As I'm saying to the people of Jamaica, right, that 2017, that Andrew Holness, 2016, Andrew Holness went in, and 2017, Andrew Holness put on the pressure. Here it is. The House is being reminded of the policy commitment to shift the burden of taxation from a system of direct taxes to a simplified system of indirect taxation. He's not telling the people this now. This documentation is high from the Jamaican people. He's not telling the people this, but he's telling the people them that his government, right, has not raised any new taxes, referring to direct tax. Now, let us read on, people. This will involve measures relating to the main indirect tax types, including general consumption tax and special consumption tax. It will also involve balancing considerations regarding tax rate increase versus a progressive broadening of the tax base. You hear that, people? Broadening, in the sense narrowing, broadening of the tax base, reducing exemptions. This reform must also satisfy the objectives of revenue sufficiency, right? Revenue sufficiency, emphasize equity with regards to the burden of taxation, and facilitate administrative what? efficiency. It is within the context that the following mix of measures are proposed to be implemented for fiscal year 17-18. Special consumption tax, increasing special consumption tax payable in respect to fuel. Now, let us go down and show the people, right, as it relates to all of the taxations. Now, let us go down here. Right? We're not going through the definition because the people understand what we are talking about. Right? We're going to just go definitely in the summary of the measures. Right? So we know what special consumption tax is. We know that what general consumption tax is. So that was what the document that I scrolled through was just defining special consumption tax and general consumption tax. Now, let us look, people. Let us look on the Jamaica Labour Party administration that said that no new tax, and they are running it in Parliament. Now, look, special consumption tax. Let us look, people. Increase excise on pure alcohol from 1,120 per litre to 1,230 per litre. That give them $403 million in added taxes. I want to read it, expected revenue here in billions of dollars. Right? So then the first one that we are looking on in terms of what they all in for taxes, increase excise on pure alcohol from 1,120 per litre to 1,230 per litre. How much the Jamaica Labour Party administration raking from that? $403 million. Now look at this now, people. Increase excise on tobacco products from $14 per stick to $17 per stick. How much did the Jamaica Labour Party raking from that? $826 million. Let us move on. Increase in special consumption tax on fuels. Go across, look how much. Now look at this, people. Increase in special consumption tax on fuel. Go across, look how much taxation that Andrew Holness government raking. $7 billion. $459 million. General consumption tax, right? And apply GCT at 16.5% to group health insurance. The Jamaica Labour Party raking $1,884 million. Now what's this now? Reduced the threshold for the application of GCT. This is the wickedness after Andrew Holness talked about he's going to bring in big energy company to drive down the cost of electricity so that people can pay less. Look what the wicked Andrew Holness had done. Reduce the threshold for the application of GCT and the consumption of residential electricity from 350. You understand? So this is a protection that People's National Party did have. Have it at 350, right, per month to what? He reduced it to what? 150 kilowatt hours per month. What this means that by reducing it to 150 kilowatt hours per month, simply mean it broadened the tax net, widened the tax net, so that people who, as they reach the 150 kilowatt, then of course the charges kick in, right? You know how much he got from that? $1,498 million added to the people, where Andrew Holness said he would make it better for them. See there, people, see the evidence there. Andrew Holness said in my campaign that he's going to make it better for them. Andrew Holness reduced the protection from 350 kilowatt per month to 150 kilowatt hour per month, right? Simple means, let me tell you for people to understand this. When you are using your electricity bill, certain charge wouldn't click in until you reach 350 kilowatt per month, right? And you only reduce that. So that was a protection that the People's National Party was using. You understand? So that you wouldn't pay, right? That exorbitant amount. But Andrew only reduce it to 150 kilowatts per month, which is broaden the tax net, right? And so then within the month, by the time you reach 150 kilowatt per hour, you understand the charge is cheaping. Much in read from that? 1,498,000,000 Andrew Honest fling additional taxes for the people who in his campaign in 2015, you understand, said the people were paying too high of electricity bill.
And make sure they pay.
Right? Andrew Honest said in 2015 that the people were paying too high electricity bill. But when Andrew Honest go in, right, 1 year after, Andrew Honest make sure say, right, uno pay higher. Now this is the Andrew Honest love uno, you know. Love uno, and yet I don't know how people want to even think to even vote for this someone else. Increase motor vehicle license and fees by 20%. You understand? Start to wicked to the poor taxi man. You know how much money in pull away from that? $464 million. Reimpose withholding tax and general insurance premium paid by Jamaican resident to non-resident at a rate of 15%. Right? 990 million. And remember, you know, when I think they read the rest of the document, you know, because so when I come out, I don't see the murderation there. Right? Look, when it comes to motor vehicle and driver's license related fee increase, motor cars, right, and taxes, right, from $7,700 to $9,240, right? Motor cars not exceeding 1199, seen from 7,000 to 700 to 9,000. Don't have to the wickedness them the people. Let me just show you that means when now watch the video over when you can go back and see all the wickedness where Andrew Wallace done. Look at all of the wickedness. See that? See all of the wickedness them there, people. See that? But I don't know. See that? Because you understand, I don't have time to read out all of them wickedness and them wickedness are too much for me to read out. Right? They must sit there. See the people? I'm going to show them. See that? See that? See that? And yet, see me in a parliament there. No tax. Mr. Take that document away. Take that document away. Right? So, now, melting pot. Right? I will make people first. No, original. No, yeah. Part Ricky. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party administration said no new tax.
Well,
no, we don't look at that. This is how vicious the Andrew Wallace-led government is. And now coming out, running out with sparks. Right? You want to try to treat the people again? Speak, Pastor Ricky, speak.
Well, Ambassador Andy 2 nights ago from South Africa called the Prime Minister part of the axis of evil. And that was a powerful statement that I endorse. He's the axis of evil for the people of Jamaica. This ministry paper that you just showed a few minutes ago, I have it on my IG page, X page, TikTok page. For those who want to follow me and go read it, it's on those pages at Pastor Ricky Music, all my social media platform, Pastor Ricky Music. So this ministry paper was proposed by the finance minister, Nigel Clark, another pathological liar like the prime minister is.
No, this one was proposed by Auditor.
Okay, Auditor. This was 2017 ministry. The paper is marked 17/17.
Yeah,
right.
2017. Auditor.
Okay. Right. So this is a list of general consumption taxes and special consumption taxes. And if you drink, you're paying more as Sir Byron just read out how much revenue they generate from alcohol, fuel, for your vehicles. You're paying more. And what they did, they put this tax hike in from 2017, and it still remains today. That's why they can deceive the people to say no new taxes have been raised. He's talking about present tense, but you got to go back past tense to 2017 to understand that this was already put in place from 2017,
Definitely.
and it's not retroactive from to 2016. It's moving forward from 2017 to present day today. Fuel has been raised from 2017. Alcohol have been raised. If you drink, you're paying way more. All tobacco products have been raised. Group health insurance has been raised. Electricity that them say, the price is gonna reduce when they bring in the big companies. People are paying more today for electricity than they did in 2016 when he made that. He don't say promise. He said commitment. When he made that commitment, they're paying way more now for electricity. And listen, besides those general consumption taxes and special consumption taxes, it does not include land taxes that's been going through the roof every year, property taxes. It doesn't include also every time the dollar depreciates, it caused the price of goods and services to go up. So indirectly, he's been burdening the people with taxes more than they can ever dream of or imagine. No other government, let me use this nice phrase he likes to use. No other government has ever put so much tax increases on the people of Jamaica. This government is wicked. This is what get the passion in me start boiling up.
Your government.
People say, why is a pastor? Why do you talk about politics? This isn't just, man. This is the thing that a freedom fighter like me, them thing I get me upset. I'm them have to remember me as a pastor and put on my pastor and hold my composure.
But politics affect you too.
Yeah,
exactly. Because whatever decision they make affects all of us, directly or indirectly.
Wife is right.
The laws of the land are made by politicians. So whether you're Christian or non-Christian, the laws are going to affect you one way or the other.
Definitely.
You pay taxes, they create the tax loopholes and the taxes. So it's going to affect you one way or the other, whether you're a Christian or non-Christian. So him lie to the people and have his fully dunce bloggers who they don't read, they don't have no comprehension skills, they can't articulate nothing other than cursing, running around lying to the people that there is no new taxes. The evidence is right there. General consumption tax, special consumption taxes have been increased since 2017 moving forward. And every time the dollar depreciates, they spend over 300 million US dollars fighting to save one Jamaican dollar from depreciating. And it went up to 159.48 cents about the end of October into November. So they pumped more money into the dollar, and now it's down to 156.48 cents. So it just dropped $3. But with all of this recession and all of these adverse reactions, it's gonna, before January done, God forbid, I don't want to see it happen, but the dollar might hit 160 because they can't keep pumping money into it and to save it. They say the bloggers are lying.
Send money that we don't have.
Right, that we don't have. And the bloggers are lying. I heard a line of argument from them this week that the dollar is stabilized.
No.
The dollar fluctuates. It will never be stabilized. It goes up and down. So they're just fully dunce and don't know what. But back to the taxes. Jamaica is a tax burden country. The people are suffering. And this is what get me upset why I want to even go down there and run for prime minister. Seriously. Because the truth of the matter is everybody needs to pay taxes. Taxes is what generate revenue for the country so that there will be programs and services for the country. And then they depend on exports. So to bring in more revenue to pay for, things like infrastructure and build and create opportunities and so forth. But when you overwhelm the people with so much taxes, it drives down even life expectancy because people are worried, people are fret, and to all of those things come stress, come all kind of diseases in your body, heart disease, strokes. And the truth of the matter is the health of the people is declining because the people are stressed. And the people are stressed because of the burden that this government has put on them. And this is a wicked, cruel act. And this thing get me upset. So bloggers, JLP bloggers, taxes was raised from 2017 and it flows into right now that we're in concurrently. If you know what concurrently means, it means on and on and on. It doesn't stop.
To break it down for
You
them.
can't use them the word that when I talk to JP, brother. Don't do that.
Remember the man, them brother selfish more than education pastor.
Use them the word when you talk to JP, brother.
I do budgets for the federal government, man. I have a portfolio of 60 million US dollars a day that I manage. And I have to look for fraud, waste, and abuse in doing grants. When I do grants, I award grants. And so my goal and objective is to look for costs that are reasonable, allocable, and allowable. And if those costs, line item costs, then must write them, email them, call them, and I'm have to change the budget. So when it comes to budget and tax, I know what I'm talking about. I just don't go around tooting my horn. But this government is so wicked, 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 wicked. And guess what? The whole of them rotten rich, as one councillor member say, listen, for the last 8 years, them filling their crop while they've been burdening the people with taxes. Man, well, I forget rid of them. I turn it back over to you. Them have to go.
Well,
Yes, man. Well said, Pastor Ricky. I mean,
so come in, melting pot. Well said,
mean,
Pastor Ricky, right? As it relates to the promises, right, that Andrew has put out, but obviously, melting pot, you have seen, right, as it relates to the document that we displayed there, that Andrew has had slaughtered, I would put it that way, the Jamaican people with tax, right? Go ahead, melting pot.
yes, and I mean, there was a very, contradicting tax that, I mean, have the whole entire Jamaica baffling and people outside of Jamaica puzzled. Anchor tax. Remember, I'm taxing Anchor man, them too, which is a tax that has never been written or, in law for a man to be out there tiling in the sun. Some of them don't even have on proper footwear, using their body mass index to transport goods, but end up being taxed. I mean, this government, they lost the brain, man. The morals and the compass is like everything been tossed aside. Because, I mean, as a government, if you want to grow your economy, you cannot have red tape all over the place, because that is that hindrance to growth. That deter people from even participating. Because there are obstacles along the way. And those obstacles are what, frustrate the minds of the people. Because if you know that, okay, this pathway can get me to my destination and it's nice and comfortable to walk here, and you've been doing that journey for a very long time, and all of a sudden, this pathway has become a rocky road, you're going to become, disenfranchised with even using that pathway. So, anchor tax, I don't hear them even mention that. I want to know who that tax goes to or where it goes to, because I know that they put it in law, and these poor men who create a self-employment for themselves, find themselves being burdened with tax. And where they operate from, those type of, communities, they have to pay the tax. Because it's not like they allow them to go to the tax office and pay. No, it's a tax that they pay daily to people who come around and collect from them. And they have a book with them name written down in it. And if you don't pay them, no, because you're not been crossed off the daily, list that they have. So this government has find all ways and means to assemble wealth around them as it relates to taxpayers' money. And, we have seen where they have not demonstrated to anyone what they have done with the tax. We haven't seen any, upsurge within the economy. Infrastructure are being ravished. Some gone out of existence. Like some of the bridge them that, pop down and all these things. Yeah, and I mean tax for those purposes. We shouldn't have to rely on IMF money to fix our local infrastructure. Because everyone in Jamaica at some point have to pay the tax. And let's look at what is so, disheartening. They can go after the uncat man to pay the tax, but they can't go after Big Mama who have $65 million in arrears. How do we comprehend these level of injustices? We cannot. But the only thing we can do is stick a label of corruption on these injustices. Because they're all maliciously crafted and they're all, maliciously done to the people. So everyone now is under high austerity measure. The food is not accessible anymore to put on the table. Clothing, people now have to probably go back to the days when them are done apart. You understand? Because, I mean, where are the money? When you have austerity measure, remember, you never have one money and go buy something for wear because they say a new fashion coming, You're going to withhold from that. So this is why on the certain index, it shows manufacturing industry declined by 4%. Because the money not spent to buy anything that's locally manufactured. Right? No money is there. Construction, it declined. Because nobody have the money to buy block and cement and sand and steel and windows and all these things. Right? But one of the sector where you would never believe would I really, suffer is wholesale and retail. But when you have your wholesale and retail sector decline, it shows that the people are hungry, can't buy food.
Yep.
That is what wholesale and retail demonstrate, So when we come on the platform and we, generously put these out there to the people for them to realize, because they might be thinking, well, we are overseas, these people not buying anything and can't put food on them table. Well, wholesale and retail prove that. Because that's what wholesale and retail is all about. You understand? Accessing your food and, you're necessary for your home. So Jamaica in a bad state. And I mean, it's only massive who will bear the brunt. Because the elites are super rich. And who are not super rich are wealthy. You notice I use two narrative. You have some wealthy And you have some super rich like Andrew Wallace and Juliette Wallace. Them super rich, you know. Because remember, this couple don't stop at millions, you know. These people have attained billions, and who knows if you combine both of them, they might be nearing $1 trillion too. I don't know. I'm just using my own perceptional views as to their development and the amount of wealth that they have amassed in a short space of time. I know that they have long eradicated millions from out of them brain cell. I know they have touched the $1 billion notes. But maybe if you combine both of them assets together, it might be surfacing just under the $1 trillion bracket. So this couple is the wealthiest couple in a CARICOM, as far as my knowledge would have led me to believe. But yet still the massive of the people in the country that him preside, that these same people give him the job. Just the other day. Just the other day, you know. And this man amassed so much wealth, and people can't buy a loaf of bread, can't buy a tube of toothpaste, have to rely upon just going at the shop and get a squeeze of toothpaste on them toothbrush. That may know some people not brushing them teeth every day. Because not every day them going to find that money for buy that squeeze of toothpaste, you know. And this is something, it might sound funny, but it's true. Because it's ironic that one of the day you won't have the money to buy the toothpaste. It's that little squeeze.
Oh my God.
So we are in a very, very bad state in Jamaica as it relates to the economy and as it relates to people day-to-day life. And so when you have these things as an issue within your society, health must deteriorate. Who teeth now rotten out, them body are declined because it now get no nourishment anymore, because them cannot feed themselves. Right? Can't feed themselves. You have people who struggle monthly to pay them bills. That's why Andrew Wallace could have run out and said people borrow light and all these things, you know. Because him know him not paying them. When you have adults going to work in a country that most of its goods are imported under the trade embargo of US currency, but your worker only working less than $100 for minimum wages. How do you expect that $100 less than $100 to manifest itself amongst a family of 4 or 5? Because when you take away the parents, you know, you have 2 or 3 kids. You understand? Because that's what most young couples who want to, you know, expand and to build a family, yeah, them now gonna have 1 kid over a period of time because that child going to be lonely. So they either have 2 or 3. And if you add them to the 2 or 3, you get 4 or 5. What can less than $100 do when most of Jamaican goods are imported from America? And that's where the currency applies. So everything is calculated through using the America currency. But yet still the people in Jamaica are not being paid in comparison to the US dollar as it relates to how much your fellow counterpart in America would earn for the same job. I know the kids them in America, they are earning more than $100 per week. And we're talking about kids. Most of them still living with their parents. You understand? They're earning more than 100. So when you look at all of these, you know, situations that surround the people in Jamaica, it's a no-win situation for the massive. The massive cannot win unless they make a change. The only way the massive can win and to see themselves striving again, yeah, with zest and vibrancy. You have to make a change. And the change that you need to make have to be a conscious one. One that you will have no regrets about. You have to make a change that will also spill over into the generation that is coming behind you. A change that will stand up and stand the test of time. Not like the road highway them in St. Thomas that were promised to be, here for a few generations, but gone within a couple of months. We want solid change now, where Jamaica can, rise its ugly head and get a new face look. Jamaica is supposed to be on parallel with places like Singapore, because Singapore came and looked at the model that Jamaica was using, right? And remember when Singapore came to have a close examination of what model Jamaican was using, because of how Jamaica was being able to sustain its own economy, was under Michael Manley. So what I'm saying here tonight is that the People's National Party have the best blueprint to grow Jamaica. And if you want to destroy Jamaica, vote Jamaica Labour Party. Because there's no other way to look at it. Right? Because I've been saying it all along. The People's National Party bill and the Jamaica Labour Party destroy. And if you don't believe me, just look what happened over by Clifton. And tell me if you can make a comparison with something similar to that happening under the PNP. That never happened under the People's National Party. What we see happening under the People's National Party was people being handed out houses to have a better accommodation towards life. But under the Jamaica Labour Party, we see new structured houses being demolished. We see a government in parliament making reference to central government, having all the information at their disposal. And we will move tomorrow swiftly to demolish these structures. And so said, so done. Early morning dawn. It's like them assemble themselves and start move before the crack of dawn. And when we look outside of Clifton, just round at Bernard Lodge, I mean, anybody who, from my period of time would have known, say, all the sugar workers, them used to get houses. That was housing that was being, delivered to the workers by the sugar plantation. But we see a woman who's, it seems like her husband was a part of, Bernard Lodge sugar industry. And her house was demolished and she was left in a state of shock in an open wilderness with her furniture. So we have a demolition government, a demolition government in the Jamaica Labour Party, and a government that always caters to building Jamaica and its citizens in the People's National Party. And if that's not the incentive for you to vote People's National Party, then I can't say anything more. I have made it so simple for everyone to comprehend and understand where I'm going with this. Because it has been factual, it has been proven over several administrations under the People's National Party. That's the only time Jamaica see any form of semblance of economic growth. That's the only time the GDP show any real sense of percentage gain. Under the Jamaica Labour Party, GDP shrink Gone. Non-existent. Because you cannot have an economy that relies on service. What if the service is not there? What do you do? What you fall back on? Where is your manufacturing sector that you create? What happened to agriculture? Why it cannot stand up? Why are we importing even ice into Jamaica when I know we have Kingston ice, Whole Harbour ice, Maple ice, and we have even a little small one them like Happy Ice where you know caters for party and those events. Now we're seeing ice coming from Florida, using our precious US currency that we don't even have. Because remember, Florida don't take Jamaican currency, you know. Because Jamaican currency, it works. This is a monopoly currency. It cannot pass the shore and it can't leave the airport. They have to stay right there, so at the furthest it can go. So why are we using US currency, precious currency, to get ice? Come on. Government get real, you know. And it's the whole heap of nepotism and cronyism because we don't like to hand out some importation license to a friend them, you know, for importate all garbage them and dump them on Jamaica, you know. Like fishtail and all these things, you know. Why our precious US currency being used to import garbage into the country? We don't need to take a stock on ourselves, man. Because there's no way that the people is going to sit down and absorb all these high level of austerity measure, high level of corruption, and high level of suppression. We don't have to get to the house in order. But I think by now the house has already, you know, disintegrated from around, you know. Like the wall of Jericho, it come tumbling down because we see people are run where people are leave the hot seat. I mean, a man that has been vindicated to be one of the best finance minister in recent time. He was so highly appreciated and applauded. Yeah. But yet still, the good job that he was doing become non-existent and him run away.
All right. Imagine part, powerful points. Powerful points, but wifey have to go to work, so I could try wrap up this all right. Time. Right. Powerful points. Love the points. All right. So what we are going to do, we are going to just rush through the two clips so she can just get ready to move to work.
Yes.
Right. Run through the two clips first. Now, sorry about that, my gentle people, but you know, time is the essence. Play the first two clips. The first two clips. So we'll be playing the last two clips, right? And then we just wrap up this, and then we just ask persons to close, right?
Which one you want first?
Yeah, that one. Now, before we play it, let us have the Jamaica Labour Party councillor speak, right, in telling Jamaica the truth, what Jamaica needs to know about the Jamaica Labour Party. All right, play it on.
TC, you know, I observed everybody in this party. And one thing I can tell you, I'm a keen observer. You see, when me talk, I choose to talk. I like to observe. It's 3 years ago, I stood up at Pembroke School and said to the people, to the party, you're not going in the wrong direction. Going in the wrong direction doesn't mean in government. I said the party, meaning the MPs have no respect for the people that elect them. And they becomes God unto themselves. And them deal with people anyhow, and them feel like I deliberately put these voice notes into the group Because in the group, information media, you have 63 constituencies in it. And these are voices from all over Jamaica. That means if Era Council 1 didn't have a problem by itself, it's all persons from Era Council would have voice. These are voices from every constituency. From St. Thomas, from Clarendon, from Manchester, from Westmoreland, from St. Elizabeth, all voices in the group. It cannot be accident. Something is literally wrong in the party. And that is what the attention needed. At this time, where an election is around the corner, and all we can be doing is running around begging the workers. The workers, they're upset.
Well, let me make you know that, right, the Jamaica Labour Party cannot be fixed because it's who they are and what they're presented. Now, let us play the final clip and make them know that this final clip is telling you that, okay, this is the Jamaica Labour Party. So people must know how to make the choice to vote in the next general election. And we are looking forward as it relates to February. Without any delay, play the final clip and then we go around for closing statement.
From the Jamaica Labour Party. After walked away from the KSAMC, I won't be going down there to be sworn in.
Couldn't believe, say, and all where Ennis are going to say disrespect on this, and just because Ennis not get deputy mayor again, and Delroy get it, and if we say we are labor right, regardless of what, you not do your party this, and you not do your MP this, and you not do your constituency this, to care where you want to say. That means say you never make a Labour Party 2020, and we are going to go down there, go sign as mayor, and one are going to be deputy, and one are going to be mayor, and two of them, the PMP, them are swearing, and you take the seat, and you give the blood clot PMP them. As I take it, you give the PMP the councillors the mud. We did a JP and PMP because of the two who that they are going to say, take it and you get the PMP, they might come tell you no. It's a fucking labor, right? They're telling you, they're telling you, grieve, you baby heart grieve. And they can't send this to me, tell you. They're telling me that no, I never expect this from you. Regardless of where you shouldn't do the labor. Councillor Joy Catchwell calling me Jamaica.
All right, take it away, take it away.
Let me take this call.
Take that away. All right. Well, you know, all of them eat and full them crab. Right? Now, Pastor Ricky, your closing statement, because we're running it.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, Melting Pot, big respect.
Yes, man.
I stand to be corrected. Audley Shaw was the finance minister in 2017. Nigel Clark didn't come into government in 2018.
Until 2018.
18, right. So thank you for the correction. Bless you. What we're seeing is a disintegration and panic of the Jamaica Labour Party. They're crumbling right before our eyes. Confusion is in the enemy's camp, just like in 2 Chronicles chapter 20, when King Jehoshaphat was surrounded by 3 different nations who came to make war against him. He called for fasting and prayer and used the worship, some people to worship, and God confused his enemies, and his enemies turned on each other and devoured each other. And so we're seeing that kind of thing. When God turned against some people, there will be confusion in the camp. They will turn on each other and they will devour each other. You can read that story, 2 Chronicles chapter 20 in the Bible. The Jamaica Labour Party, I don't feel sorry for Rose. The first clip he played with Councillor Rose, she's worried about the party and not the government. She said this is about the party and not the government. The government is the problem. If the head is the stream is corrupt, then the whole entire river will be also corrupt too. So the government is responsible for setting the tone, the leader, just like in a corporate entity. The CEO is responsible for setting the agenda, the tone, the culture, just like in the federal government. the president and his cabinet is responsible for setting the tone, the agenda, and so forth. So if the leader is corrupt and wicked and evil, then it's going to trickle down to those, just like in church. If the pastor is not living right and he's not doing the right thing, it's going to trickle down to the body, the members. Same thing. So we're witnessing the Jamaica Labour Party in the end of their political career. And I believe this is going to give rise to a third party to rise up in Jamaica to become the second major party alongside the People's National Party. And in closing, I just want to give my endorsement to our beloved comrade leader, Mark Golden. Big up yourself. Pastor Ricky, endorse you. I'm a Michael Manley-ites. I'm a comrade since I was a youngster. And I've been researching, listening to your speeches, following you on your social media platforms, and so forth. And I've been supporting you all along. But tonight, I just want to declare that I am endorsing you to be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. I trust your wisdom. I trust your vision, your intellect. I have confidence that the good Lord will lead you to turn around Jamaica from the brink of collapse. You are a real estate guru, so that means you know about land and property and housing. You are a corporate lawyer, so you know what it is to the rule of law and governed by the Constitution. You were a banker, successful banker. So I trust you that you will have banking regulations and reform the banking system in Jamaica. So these institutions like Beretta will never happen again, giving loans without collaterals. The Ponzi scheme, SSL, taking people investment and defrauding them. The FinSac debacle, meltdown, giving out unsecured loans and the never paid it back. These things will not happen once you change the banking regulations. And also, you were in the previous Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller administration, where you were the Justice Minister. So you have experience working with the courts and the judiciary. So we trust you that you will also put in legislation to reform the justice system in Jamaica, to make it for those who are incarcerated be treated with dignity and with respect. The police officer will conduct himself better, and so forth, and wear the badge with honor. So we trust you. We trust your wisdom. We trust you to be a great, no-nonsense prime minister, because Jamaica desperately needs someone like that. We saw when Dennis Meadow made a gaffe, whether he was serious or whether he was impaired, he had to step aside because it would reflect bad on the party and on your credibility. So I've been watching you currently, leader Mark Golden, and studying your every move. And I just want to say, man, the Lord is with you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. And every tongue that rise up against you in judgment, you will condemn. Just do me one favor, comrade leader Mark Golden, in my closing. Please ensure that on the night you win, that your next justice minister will revoke their travel documents, put a stop order on every port of entry, and ensure that this prime minister goes to prison. The whole diaspora will be very displeased and upset with you, because in the first world country in England, as our brother Melton Pot say, prime minister had to step down during the COVID because he breached the lockdown laws. And in America, we see so many politicians, senators, congressmen, even the president-elect has a court date for sentencing January 10th. That never happened in America before. So we know that in order for you to build a trust and the confidence back in the the global international diaspora and even in Jamaica, you have to ensure that your next justice minister prosecute this criminal prime minister that we have and ensure that he goes to prison. He doesn't need to be in opposition. He needs to be in prison behind bars. And I can't wait to get his mug shots so I can post it all over my social media platform. And as I always write my commentary, I can't wait to write up my commentary about him. Thank you, sir, Byron, Lady Anne.
All right. So you know, and you know because wife, you just let me know. So January 10th, Papa Trump going to court. And January 6th, right? Our baby Trump in Jamaica going to court. No, all right. No, let us talk about before melting pot coming because so we have to.
That's right. January 7th is his, not the 6th. January 7th is baby Trump.
Okay.
January 10th is senior Trump.
Okay. All right. So remember, people, that Melting Pot is going to rise its channel in January, and we want all of the subscribers here. You understand? Let's go over, right, and support Melting Pot, because Melting Pot will be coming into the space with more fire and more thunder, right? Because you know, say that is Melting Pot, and so then support, right? Strengthen Melting Pot when them come through. And we're looking forward for Melting Pot to rise the channel for us to support him. Can't wait. Brother Melting Pot, close the curtain for us tonight.
Yeah, man. Thanks for a wonderful endorsement once again.
All right.
And, I don't really have to add much to the closing ceremony, because I tell you, I enjoy what Pastor Ricky, put out there. So I'm just going to say in closing, in short, Jamaican people, the last two clips that Brother Byron and Sister Anne-Marie, highlight on the screen is a clip that show the disgruntlement amongst the Jamaica Labour Party operative. These people were passionately pleading. One was literally crying about the state of the party and where it's going. So my narrative is just, I want all of you conscious mind people in Jamaica, just wake up and smell the coffee where it's blowing. Yeah?
True.
It's blowing in the wind. All right. Peace, love, and courage. Have yourself a blessed weekend, and hope that, the coming week, which will be the beginning of the, what you call now, commercial side of things in 2025, when everyone will be back to work and school. Make it be peaceful and, just enjoy life as life, preside in your space, and life has something to offer all of us,
Yeah.
So in closing, just enjoy life. Keep it safe and keep it sound.
What's the name of your channel before you go? So
it will be Melting Pot.
Melting Pot.
Not changing name, Melting Pot.
And when you launching it, what date?
Well, I haven't really finalized it yet because I'm waiting on a few gadgets to arrive.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but it will be here, and we'll give a briefing as to that, because you will have to come and be a guest panel at times on the channel,
All right.
Yeah, but we have to just melt the things them in the pot, Pastor Ricky. Yeah, because all them solid corruption where them have out there, where them feel couldn't unravel, we have to put them in the pot and melt it and bring it back to liquidity.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we want back with liquidity. Where the guy them take away.
All right.
All right.
All right. Respect.
Blessings,
my brother.
Jeopardy, people, unfortunately, we couldn't have the Jeopardy tonight because, time gone and time extended. And so then automatically we just can't keep Jeopardy. But remember that we have Jeopardy prize to give out. So next week, please, we are going to bring forward Jeopardy and forgive us, right? Because we're not let go Jeopardy. It's just to the fact that, right, we use up most of the time. And remember, right, the panel was so powerful tonight, right? We couldn't limit them that much. But we give thanks in terms of the message provided by Pastor Ricky and the message provided by Melting Pot, I think we had learned a lot tonight, right? And we want to say a big thanks for all the persons who stay up with us and support us. Well, Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky, big thanks again for the support. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, man. Blessings, blessings.
Come on, blessing. It's morning. Good morning.
Weekend.
All right.
You too. Have a blessed weekend, everybody.
Blessings.
All right. So again, thank you guys. Really appreciate each and every one. And I'm just gonna say safe travel on the gravel until next week when we meet again on Tuesday and then on different platforms. All right. So thank you so much. Bye.
All right.
Okay. Yes.